Hello, everyone. Welcome. Thank you for joining us on the WRC channel and Happy New Year. Please like,
Yeah.
subscribe if you're enjoying the content. Definitely lets us know what we're doing right. If you don't like it, tell us why as well, please. But yes, today we're bringing you session 13 of the Yukan Fuji Cup Women's League. I'm Kyril, and I'm joined by WRC President Gemma.
Hello.
You can follow me on Twitch at itsmechiral, and you can follow Gemma on X with damaqueengem. But yeah, we'll be joined later on today by Master Mahjong commentators Jeremy, Tipzntrix, and JPML Pro Jenn. Our broadcast is sponsored by the WRC and the JPML. We hope you'll check out Sparrow's Nest, a New York Mahjong studio fully equipped with Slim Score, Ultima, and Rec 3 auto tables. WRC, of course, hopefully you know who we're here. It's the World Riichi Championship, the most prestigious and international Mahjong tournament in the world, held once every 3 years. The next of which is this July in Tokyo.
Every time I see that, I get a little.
Yeah,
my blood
know.
cold.
July is so soon.
Don't say that.
No, it'll be fine. It'll be great. But yeah, before we get started, there's actually a lot going on with WRC. The World Riichi commentary team. That's me, Tips, Korak, and Nathaniel. Have been taking part in the World Riichi Online Team League, the 3-player version, which started this month. It's a massive pro-amateur league with professionals from multiple pro leagues in Japan and players all over the world. The team is currently in 38th place with a cumulative 161.9 points. And the top 9 will make the finals. I'm pretty sure that's mostly Korak, but given I think Korak might be the only person to actually play 30 games so far. But yes, what a legend.
Korak is very well. Okay. Do you know? I can't tell you. I'm not very good at 3-player, so I'm not giving any advice or any comments. It's a mystery to me.
My results have been so mid. I need to figure out the secrets of 3-player. I'm not doing badly, but it's been interesting.
Japanese professionals love 3-player. Like, they love it. I'm not sure whether it's just a break from the 4-player, but they absolutely love it. And so it's been really interesting to see how few teams from outside of Japan we've had register compared to the 4-player version. I think that took the Japanese by surprise as well. They're like, don't foreigners like 3-player? I'm like, not really. Not really. But,
yeah. It's higher variance.
This is why they're better than us. It's higher variance, yeah.
Which does mean sometimes you just lose, and it doesn't feel good to just lose when, it's slow. But I do think there's a lot of skill to it. Definitely, we've been seeing that, I think. And it's been fun to watch. It's been fun to play so far.
Yeah, I think, a lot of comments I received was like, but it's just a lot of variance, it's just a lot of luck. And I'm like, well, if it's that much luck, why are they all winning? We're not.
I've been told to talk about the Phoenix Warriors from Hong Kong, currently in 16th place after making the finals of the previous league. Were they a celebrity in the 4-player version?
Yes, they made the finals. They were very strong. Our only foreigner team, outside Japan team, in the finals, which was exciting.
That explains a lot. Yes. Well, 16th place. So good luck. Only top 9 make the finals. I'm still hoping that could be our team. I'm hoping.
It's a long time. I mean, you've got a while left.
I've got a lot of games left to play. I think I've played 24. I want to get a good streak of 30. Well, I want to get a streak of 30, then I want to get a good streak of 30. But yeah. It's been fun so far. But yeah, more great news. Moving on. The World Riichi League is finally coming to the US, being held in the first weekend of March. Wow, speaking of things getting really close. Simultaneously
Dave's problem.
Indeed. Yeah, it is taking part in 3 different major Mahjong hub cities. We've got New York at Sparrow's Nest with USPML. We also have the event happening in Chicago and San Francisco. And there are still spots open in Chicago and San Francisco, so check the description for a link to sign up. I think I know the people running it for both of those locations, and they're good people. They run good events. So I've never heard anything bad about that.
In America, check it out. It is a little bit far for Europe, I'll give you that.
Yes. Don't. I mean, if you want to get a flight, you could. I suppose. But definitely, if you live in those cities, get involved. But yeah, we have one more major announcement for today, and that is about our very own WRC YouTube channel. We reached our end of year 2024 subscriber goal, and to celebrate, we're holding a book giveaway a few lucky subscribers will win a signed copy of Jenn's book, Riichi Mahjong: The Only Way to Play, which came out in October last year. We also have some copies of the Riichi Mahjong Perspective and a Riichi Mahjong Study book to give away. All subscribers are eligible. All you have to do is fill out the form in the description and be sure to include a screenshot of your channel subscription. Entries start, I think they started like a week or two ago. The deadline will be the end of tomorrow's Yukan Fuji broadcast, so you've only got a day. Oh my.
Yeah,
I was tempted to sign up for this.
You might as well just sign up.
As a commentator, if I want, it'd be weird.
No, you can't. There's definitely some terms and conditions that say those directly involved cannot sign up. So that's one person you don't have to fight for these books. So
exactly. So you should get involved.
Yeah, do definitely register. And I think Jenn put like a little feedback form in there so you can make some comments about who you really love, who you're not so hot on, what you like about the stream. So good way to give your constructive feedback.
Yeah. Well, that sounds awesome, actually, yeah. But yeah, today, hopefully you're here for the Yukan Fuji Women's League. It is made up of two leagues. We have the Steps League in Tokyo and the Orb League in Western Japan. In Tokyo, we have 64 teams split into 16 groups of 4. And in your group, only the top group makes it through. So you're battling the other 3 teams over 10 sessions. And the top team and the top individual players advance to 2 different finals. Today, we'll be featuring teams and players from Group 15, which features not 1, but 2 M-Leaguers. The Orb League has 5 groups, and since simplifications, their games are more spread out, and each region has their own schedule. We do have a team in the Yukan Fuji Cup ourselves, captained by the wonderful Gemma.
Executive captain, yes.
Yes.
But I get a credit at the front, but apart from that, very little is being done.
I'm sure just knowing that you're around, maybe not necessarily directly involved, but knowing that you're available has been a bedrock for moral support, if nothing else. But yeah, for our players, we have Jenn from the US, Mio from South Korea, and Leek from China. And we actually got to see them play a lot here. It was actually a really fun stream. But yeah, today Jenn played all 3 games, so she was up. And I suppose now let's look at the standings for Group 16 before she played. So we're going to be getting updates as the stream goes on for how Jenn is doing.
We might be able to see her in the background as well if we're super lucky, right?
Oh, yes. So, oh, wow. So, yes, looking at the scores right now, WRC is in the lead, but it is very close.
I was about to say, it's not a comfortable lead. I would hesitate to use the word lead. We sort of tumbled in front of Team Angel. But, you know, if we keep tumbling, it'll be good.
I'm just looking like I've been looking at the story of WRC as the season's gone on. At one point we were in a pretty rough third place, if I remember correctly. So
that's true. That's true.
We managed to make that comeback. I just have to hold it.
Oh, right, yeah, we're on the start of the climb up, right? We're the underdog. You don't want a top dog story. That's boring. That's what I'm going to say.
As you were saying, though, you might be seeing Group 16 in the background, but we are looking at Group 12 today. So let's look at the teams. We have Team Mahjong Endorphin. I think that's a really interesting logo. Very simple, but kind of cool. Team Shnjuku Ferry, a non-smoking Mahjong Parlor. Team Mahjong Sakae in Matsudo branch. And Team Trinity. I'm looking forward to seeing how these teams are doing. But who's we playing for each? Oh, let's have a look at how teams are doing. Oh wow. Team Trinity, very far in the lead. Oh my. But yes, with a really, really good score. We are.
But Endorphin could easily make that up. Endorphin could easily make that up. It's not.
Yeah, Endorphin could definitely take first place. The other two, I mean, miracles can happen. But
it's a struggle for the others. But yeah.
We're about 2/3 in now.
There are individual standings as well. So a lot of these players have 2 criteria that they're playing against. So don't expect Matsudo to be, imagine Sakae and Matsudo to be 2 down.
Exactly. Yeah, there's always something to play for. I do like events where there's multiple qualification criteria. It's quite nice. But yeah, running each team today, we have representing Team Sakae, we have Suzaku. Is our first dealer. Next in the south seat we have Yuka Endo, representing Team Endorphin. In the north seat we have Yumi Uotani, someone who you may recognize.
She used to be an M League, but she was dropped from her team. To great shock, I think. I mean, Uotani is one of the best players out there, certainly one of the best female players out there. And to top it all off, she's just all around lovely. Like, really
Not
lovely.
gonna lie, in the wonderful bio sheet Jen prepared for her, I have a long list of titles. It's a long list of titles. She's been very
so
successful.
cool. Yeah, she's a really, and that's partly why it came as such a shock to the Mahjong community that she was dropped from her team. I'm surprised, even more surprised, she hasn't been picked up by another M League team. If I ever get rich enough to have my own M League team, I would be hiring Uotani. She'd be the first on my call list.
First step WRC, the next step the world.
Surely I've already got the world now, right? No, I don't know.
I mean, like the WRC team. Yeah, it wasn't a very good. Teika Minami, and let's just get going and see how this game goes. But yes, like and subscribe, everybody.
Yeah, please do like and subscribe.
Let us know how you've been enjoying it. Hopefully, or yeah.
So they're on.
I'm actually going to be keeping an eye open now to see if we can see Jen in the background. Chat.
I do appreciate them using Jenn. Yeah, I do appreciate them using the Ultima table because I love that orange table.
Okay.
I don't like the new kind of sad beige or dark black tables that seem to have gained popularity.
I see. I don't have an intimate knowledge of all of the different water tables.
Oh, well, I want to believe I'm still in the 90s. And what's more 90s than a garishly bright table?
Honestly, like it's Mahjong's supposed to be a fun game, right? And do you know what says fun to me? Color.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. You think that Mahjong is supposed to be a fun game? That's interesting. We'll pick up on that one later.
It's supposed to be a fun game.
No. I don't think it's ever been sold as a fun game. I've taught a lot of people, and never have I said this is a fun game. I've said things like, if you don't want to have a life anymore, this is the game for you.
I see.
Yeah, it's a lot like starting, The Sims or Civilization. You know that's it for the rest of the year. That's all you're doing. So Mahjong's a lot like that.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Goodbye. I found a new game.
Yeah,
anyways.
So we'll be keeping an eye out for Jenn cameos on the side tables. Hopefully we'll see her and her lovely WRC jersey. But let's take a look and see what we've got here.
Yeah, Minami's got a very decent start. Just during that Dora, it's not easy to... It's relatively easy to use, but it's attached to two sequences in a sort of awkward way. But with the Dora there, I can get excited about that.
If you're new to watching Mahjong on video like this, the Dora indicator there's not the indicator. That's the actual Dora. So the actual Dora is 5-pin. Do not become confused.
Yeah, the way to tell dealer is going to be, if you look at the center of the Mahjong table, there's a lit up light on the four lights around the middle. There's probably a word for that. But that is going to be our dealer. And if we look at the player opposite dealer, we can see that the actual Dora tile is visible there. It's the 4-pin. Yeah. But yes, we have.
So Uotani here is going for a flush. She doesn't know, obviously. Suzaku has a nice collection of bamboos in there as well, as does Endo here.
Do have our first Riichi. Riichi on the Dora. So the weight is actually 6'9", which is very interesting. Obviously, when you reach, usually tiles around the reach tile are very, very dangerous, but because the reach tile was the Dora, does that make the 6'9" look?
Yeah, the 6. Yeah, maybe because you would think that they'd hold the Dora and throw the 8, right?
Yeah, exactly. The scary thing though is obviously for Minami here, we've got that 6-man. Can't really play it, so we're going to be cutting up air. Honestly, I think it's really good to have that discipline, especially early in the game, because you don't want to be the person to deal in. You don't want to be the person to give the tile that like loses you a load of points in the very first round. It's just not worth it.
Do you think you're more likely to lose the points in the first round or in the later rounds? Oh, look, and here's a 6-pin here from Uotani. We're about to find out if Uotani is one of those people who loses points in the first hand or not.
I am very much a person who will make a push late in the game if I'm not doing well. That's
There you go.
It's my shame to admit it, but yes. Yeah, as you say.
Uotani folds. So obviously that 5-pin discard does not make her think the 6-9 is safe. But you're quite right. I think there's often, if you reach on the door, it's just because you've held it in the vain hope you're going to pair it up or something. So you wouldn't necessarily think that the 6-9 was dangerous. This is why Uotani has a much bigger brain than us, because she can see these things.
Yeah, at the end of the day, even though the 5 cut does sort of imply that because the 5 is useful, it's still a really unsafe, untested sort of potential set there with the 6-9. It could have been a shape like 4-5-5 or something like that, and maybe we cut the 5 for that as well. There's lots of different ways that could backfire, but yeah, I'm just trying to count. Sorry.
It's a good argument for Uotani here. Like, what points does she really have? And an open flush with a white dragon. I mean, it's nice. It's not amazing. It's probably not worth risking points when you have no visibility of what kind of hand's going on over there.
That's also incredibly valid. Yes. Yeah, when you don't have anything worth pushing, just don't need to push. But it does look like this is probably going to go to exhaustive draw. I think we see 3 of the 9s, 2 of the 6s, I believe.
Yeah. I think if Minami had that hand shape a little bit sooner, I think we'd have been squealing in excitement, but it's just come a bit too late to really build in something exciting, I think, right?
Yes. So Uotani here. Not quite, but I was thinking maybe there's a way she could try and use the 6s and the 9s to still get into Tenpai. There's still time. I think with 2 good draws, maybe you could fight the fight here. And but there's a 6. Oh, but
she reached 6-9 man.
It's Riichi, but potentially all simples as well. With a door as well. Nothing wrong with that. I would take that reach too.
I mean, and Suzaku is the dealer as well. Like, she doesn't want to fold.
Yeah, exactly.
Minami does not can. She didn't even think about canning.
No.
Because canning would have been foolish.
The one good thing about drawing the 4th tile, though, is that now you know where all 4 of them are. You know no one has that as part of a sequence. So it does make the 8, when you know all the 7s are, a little bit safer, because you know no one has 6-7. You can rule that out. And so, some very good defense. But we're going to see, honestly, not many points transferred. 1,500 to both players. And given the Riichi 6 on the table, the scores are pretty even still. Whoever wins his next hand, though, with 2,000 points in the pot, could be very important.
I keep looking for Jenn in the background.
Same. I mean, when I stopped talking, it's like, wait, can I?
Yeah. Yeah, I don't like TV tables either. I think they're super stressful.
Partially stressful the best of times. Then
I
when
know,
you've got
right?
a camera on you, I guess it would feel really good if you were winning. Like, you're like, yeah. Everyone's seeing me win. Oh, interesting. Very good draw for
recording all your errors forever. I don't know. Yeah, but you could be winning and still making those errors, right?
That's true. Yeah, we've definitely seen games where players have not made any errors and are losing horribly. That's also been very true.
Yeah.
I think the last time I broadcast this, we had a player who consistently was able to draw the tiles that dealt in 1 or 2 turns after each. She didn't deal in at all.
Wow.
But she consistently kept drawing the tiles that did.
Yeah.
And it's just like, what could we ask from you? Oh, Shanten, though, for Minami.
Yeah, much like life, success does not necessarily mean you're cashing out. But we've had some lucky initial draws here, because we've got a concealed green dragon, and now we're Tenpai. We're going to reach. Yes, we are.
Just reach green dragon, but
really nice. And 1.4 pin's a nice weight.
Exactly. And with the 2 reach sticks on the table, it's an extra 2,000 points if you draw it in. You can always prefer a door as well. Like it's just a good bet.
I guess the argument here is you could have stayed Dama, not declared reach, and then the 1 pin would be more likely to come out. Whereas this reach will effectively mean it's very unlikely to come out unless someone's pushing.
I think it would depend on the game state, right? I think it's early enough that you can just reach because,
Uh,
and my counter argument to your point is that by reaching, the other players are now maybe going to fold to you, which means you actually have more time, more attempts, more time to try and draw in the tile you want yourself. There's a
Yeah, you
potential 7
see,
pairs hand here, though. From
yeah, you see
Uotani.
here, I think Uotani may have been more tempted to drop a 1-pin. But no,
Hmm.
she's going to fold it out because there's a reach on the table.
And that
And I
might
think we've
be,
seen this time and time again in the Yukan Fuji Cup. They're very conservative. When they see a reach, they react to it.
I think that's just good disciplined play, though, right?
Yeah.
Like, you don't need to push. Although this is a
True.
format that rewards first place more than anything else.
See,
So,
here, you'd want a 1-pin to come out, and if that reach wasn't there, I think the 1-pin may have come. No?
okay, I can see that, maybe.
So,
But at the same
unfortunately,
time, there was no guarantee they were going to draw the 4. You could have been the one to draw the 4, right?
yeah, well, fortunately for Minami, we can see that there are 3 4-pins and 1-pin in Endo's hand. So that's really going to reduce her opportunity to draw it. And there's another 1-pin. So
Yep.
she's really hunting for 3 tiles on the wall. And there are 3 other players drawing.
You only need 1, though.
I know, I'm not feeling the excitement. I don't think this is going to go well for her. Oh, it's definitely not going to
Ooh.
go well there. That 3-pin draw locked that 1-pin into the hand.
Yeah, I don't see anyone ever dealing in here, but...
That's the struggle with the early reach. I think
Oh,
if you were, if you were playing the ladder on an online game, yeah, you just reach it. You don't think about it, you just reach. That makes good sense. But I think in these kind of environments, and I'll stretch that out to many offline tournament environments, people do tend to be, as you said, a little bit more disciplined because they're more focused on the game in front of them. Whereas when you're playing online, let's face it, you've got your Discord chat going on. Maybe you've got your TV on in the background, and you're thinking about how you can make, get yourself another snack from the kitchen. Oh,
there
she
it
did
is.
get it.
We did just see another one of those ones get picked up and then not played. But
Yeah,
yes.
but she had to draw it herself, and so that's my argument. I think you find that players are a little less disciplined, a little bit more easier, more likely to throw into you, despite a reach.
Okay.
Than you would in an offline event. Those are just my observations. You can all disagree.
See, I maybe I just I don't know. I think you're underestimating the top level online players.
Oh yeah,
Perhaps.
but I've never get to the top of the online players because I can't manage to keep an ID that long, mate.
I mean, that's fair. On that
Do you
client
know how many
specifically, that's
Tenho?
fair.
Yeah, do you know how many Tenho IDs I've lost?
Oh, I'm aware. As a tournament host with you.
I don't even know how to do it. Yeah.
The shout outs to the one time your name, your title, your username just changed and you got a pro tag. that was really fun.
I didn't even log on to my pro account, and there it was looking at me. I'm like, what are you doing here, Mr. Pro? Yeah, can't go incognito these days.
So this is going to be
Yeah,
a really
but
lightning
you're
fast hand
talking
here.
about I think if you're in a little, because Kairal, for those who don't know, runs a league for the primarily British players, and I think in those environments you tend to see because there's more on the line, right? You're not just playing a bunch of strangers that you're never gonna cross again.
I think that's fair. Yeah. Yeah, I think I talk about Django League way too much on on the stream. But yeah, the new season has just started. It's hopefully people are going to be enjoying it as time goes on. But yeah,
I think it's I think it's really sort of pull players together for the UK because it's difficult to communicate and have a shared mahjong experience.
yeah,
When you're
it's an excuse for
scattered across
people
the country.
to gather together, chat about it, play at eye level. Oh, we have a reach.
On a
Getting on
6-7,
6-7.
so I like those kinds of weights. I think they're really difficult to read.
Yes, especially when especially because you've got that triplet there. it's going to block anyone else being able to use those tiles as well.
Exactly.
So there's a very real chance that we might. In this case, we've got 7-8, so it's not quite so bad. But that 7, if it was on its own, would be really hard to use.
And Suzaku is not respecting this dealer reach. She's going to make some calls.
It's definitely a choice. I've been playing very, very aggressively, playing 3-player recently. Because one way of defending is just to win first, and I respect that.
It is, but you have to make the assessment whether your hand actually has that kind of speed, and I think people kind of can misjudge the speed, because when you in the first part of the game, right, you'll pull a lot of tiles that are useful to you, and that's just going to happen because you've got a lot wider acceptance in your hand. But as you close down to your final shape, that acceptance gets lower and lower and lower.
It's a hard thing to judge, and the only way to really build it is by just playing a lot.
Yeah, just having that experience, right? But Endo is not pulling the tile she needs. So I can see 2 7-0s out there, and there's 2 6-0s I can see. And Suzaku really is wanting to shut this down.
Is it just all simples, or did she manage to make a half flash in the end? It's these moments I wish I could see the calls.
Yeah.
If it's a half flash, I kind of get it, right? At least it's more than just one hand. It's not huge. I'll open half flush, but chance to change weight, not taken. The one is safer.
Well, yeah, it depends, as you said, if she's all simples, and I can't. This over the second call, I just can't see it.
It might just be all simples, yeah. If that's the case, it's hard to justify a flash like that.
2 bamboo now. Oh no, 1 bamboo. Sorry, 1 bamboo. 1 character. Sorry, I misread.
I think. Well, I definitely see so there was a hats push. It's not all simples. I can tell you that much. Yeah.
So that 2 character Uotani just pulled. She obviously is a little bit worried about the situation of the characters on the table, and we have some odd.
So the hand was shut down. We're going to find out. Yeah, it was a half flush.
A half flush, yeah. It's not huge though. I don't know. I'm not a big fan of half flushes, called ones at least. They're so easy to read.
And they are easy to read. I think it's fine, but usually the plan is to pair it with something, right? Because you don't want to be making a huge push for 5,000 points. Well, 4,000 points to Riichi stick.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they're not that expensive. You put yourself in a really awkward position where you're going to have to draw it yourself.
I think there are some exceptions to the rule. If you have Dora, if you have multiple Yakukai pairs, you can make it Mangan, right? By having Dragon, Honitsu. That's fine in my opinion.
Okay, my personal bugbear though is when someone wants to go for half flush, and they're going to call it, and their first call is the suit that they're calling the half flush for. Then there's no sort of discreetness about it, right? If you call a green dragon, well, that could be anything still, right?
I think you can still be discreet, but it depends what you've discarded up to that point. If you discard like 1, 9, 8, then maybe you're just like, that's just all simples, right? Especially if the Dora is a simple tile. You'd be like, oh yeah, just going all simples. With Dora, probably.
Maybe. I can get a bit obvious.
I mean, after a while, it becomes obvious that there's no way to hide it.
After a while, you mean like another 3 draws and discards, it becomes blindingly obvious.
But hopefully by that point, you made a second call. If you're making that gamble, that's what you're hoping for, right?
Okay, let me clarify. My frustration is when someone calls that in the suit that they're going to make that half flush, but it's already a good shape. It's like a 2-sided shape or something, or maybe even a 3-sided shape. I'm like, no, call into the bad shape.
Yeah, in that case, it's totally justified. Yeah, I respect that entirely. Yeah,
you don't have to respect what I say at all.
No. In that case, also we're seeing orphans. Sorry,
yeah,
this is orphans. Hang on,
there's orphans going on the table.
But yes,
that's Endo.
I think if you're looking in a bad shape, like let's say this was a half flush, we want to call the 7 to 6, 7, 8, something like that. I think that'd be fine.
So there's a reach here from Uotani on just the 7-man, which is not great, but it's enough for Endo to say, nope, I don't do orphans.
Yeah, it's a really tough thing to write when you've got the...
That's a nice discard there for Uotani. Now, if this was in a European, I'm not going to comment on America because I don't know how they're playing these days, but I think if that wasn't in a European tournament, that 4-man would probably be enough to shake a 7-man out of someone. I don't think we're going to see that with these girls.
Unlikely, but I think if there's
Yeah.
a really good hand, I could see it coming out, but only if
Yeah, it
there was a
has.
really good
Okay.
excuse.
You mean like a 13 orphans hand? You don't think that would have been
Yeah,
good
like a
enough?
13 offense hand, maybe. Yeah, yeah.
Exactly. I'm telling you now, Endo, if she had been a European player, would have just kept pushing that 13 orphans, regardless of what was going on.
If I were Rishantan, I would play the 7.
Yeah, people call me out
I'm
if
like
I'm
3
being too
away,
harsh.
like she is now. I wouldn't, but
Yeah, people call me out if I'm being too harsh. That's okay. I can take the criticism, but I think we're a little bit
definitely
more.
do call us out if we're being too harsh. Do that.
Yeah, we are being. I don't know. I observe a lot more greed. Um, but then you get rewarded for the greed a lot of the time if you've got to play in the meta that you're in, right?
Yes,
But if you were
exactly.
suddenly to find yourself on a table at the Yukan Fuji Cup, let me tell you now, they're a lot more closed than we are. But that 13 orphans is still going forward, isn't it?
For now, yeah.
Somehow.
I feel like we just haven't had to make any ridiculously dangerous pushes yet. The question's going to arise if we actually draw an upgrade.
Uh,
And in fact, maybe we keep the 789 and try and make Chant or something instead.
No, she's thrown the. She's out. She's out. She's out.
Okay.
She's not gonna. Or
That does
maybe
check
she'll
out.
try and find a way back, but it's a little painful though if you're building that 13 orphans and someone reaches so soon because it's nice to have someone to not defend against an obvious 13 orphans, right?
Yes. Yeah, exactly.
Uotani's really gonna have to pull this 7-man herself.
Gee, I don't think I've seen any. So there's one in discards.
There's one in this card, there's one in the hands, there's 2 left in the wall.
Okay. Well, we saw a 2-tile win earlier, but can lightning strike twice?
I think that's partly why you just see a lot more Tsumos draws wins on a draw because it's the only way to do it really when you're against people who are just immediately find ways to fold around you. It does help that they're very good at folding yet keeping their hands live.
Yeah, dancing is a really tough thing to do.
Yeah.
I wouldn't recommend it for a beginner because it's too easy to sort of make a mistake and just. Oh, yeah, I do have a tempo here though. But yes, it's really easy to make a mistake and deal in. Also, this reach is very exciting because it's got 2 Dora. And I didn't mention it earlier because I didn't know she was going to get to Tempai. I thought she was folding, but reach Dora 2.
I was dancing
other
around a
Yaki.
lot. Yeah.
But the weight is solid. 3-6 in the dots.
But again, it's that 3 is adjacent to the 2 pin. I just don't see it coming out. Oh, and she drew it. Very nice for Uotani, and she hits the Uradora. Yeah. It's not a big hand, but we haven't seen any big moves yet, so it's probably enough, right?
Yeah, I mean, something when I was very new to commentary, something I used to get told off was whenever I said a Mangan was not a very big hand, people would rip me for it. Like it's only a Mangan.
Well, I mean,
Actually, no, it wasn't
what?
mine. She's dealer, but yes.
You're not entirely. Well, she's dealer now. I think it's her first issue, but
Okay.
you're not entirely wrong because you can easily lose a Mangan's worth of points. I mean, I can easily lose a Yakuman's worth of points and lose my lead. So
Yes.
yeah.
But at the same time, I'd be very happy with this. Team Trinity already in the lead, as we saw at the start of the stream, but now the game was to end above 300 points for their team.
Yeah, so if you're new to this stream, the start points, so those little numbers at the top are the team totals, and they're very dynamic because they show you if the game state was to end right now, those are the points that is total. The yellow figure is what they would be walking away with the table from. So as you can see, Trinity here is pulling out their lead quite healthily, whilst everyone else kind of falls behind them.
Yes, for this hand,
but
Team Trinity is stuck with a Dora. 2 players have 1 Dora, and
Uh,
I don't think either of them are going to be able to play it. Unless, now's the time. There it is. There it goes.
yeah, you have to get rid of that early. And this one's going to go now. Come on, Suzaku. No, you could. Oh, Suzaku has hope. She has hope for her Dora.
Honestly, I feel like that's actually pretty reasonable, right? Because if someone plays Dora and it wasn't Pond, that means the other 2 are in the wall.
Does it?
More than
Oh, I
likely.
love it. Uotani is reached. I mean, she is the dealer, so why would you want to hold something back that's gonna reduce the speed of your hand? And I guess the argument as well for holding it is, well, the dealer got away with throwing it, so I can throw it if they reach, which is exactly
That's also
what
fair, yeah.
happened.
Yeah, one of my I guess Shitoi or 7 pairs tips is with honor tiles, especially honor tiles that I yakai to everybody. Maybe this doesn't work in high level play, but if someone does play one and it's not called, it doesn't necessarily guarantee, especially if it's Dora, but it doesn't necessarily, I guess, at this level guarantee that no one has a pair. But there's a decent chance that no one has a pair. And if
Yeah,
that's
it's true.
the
If you had a
case,
pair of those white dragons, you would want to just call it, wouldn't you?
and if no one else has a pair and then no one else plays their one on the same turn, there's a decent chance there's 2 in the wall for you to draw. So keeping it, I think, is an idea. Maybe not it's not a guaranteed thing. Nothing is in Mahjong, but it's always worth considering. Why did no one call this?
Uotani really doesn't. Yeah, she's not got great weight here, and I don't think she's getting the sort of pressure she hoped for from this table, right?
Hmm.
I
I
mean,
will
they're
say,
all keeping live.
I think the reach itself, though, does help her immensely, right? Because the dealer reach, even though your weight is an awkward 7, much like the last hand, at least you don't want to deal into the dealer, right? That's the scary thing. If you're going to take a risk, taking a risk to a non-dealer is literally 2/3 safer.
Yeah. I mean, Minami here is the one who's probably most at risk, because if she does want to get into Tenpai, very likely she's going to have to do something with that 7 bamboo. So there's 3 7 bamboos out in people's hands. We can see them, the other cards. So she's Tenpai now. She throws that 7 bamboo, but she's not going to take it because
She
she's
chooses
smart.
the middle Suji-5.
Yeah.
As we see the 2 and 8 go by. So, discipline. It's so hard to do, especially when you're stressed in a difficult situation like a TV table. But she still gets Tenpai.
These people are making a career out of it, though, so you'd hope that they could have that level of discipline.
That's a good point.
Yeah, it's fascinating to watch, though, because as I've said before, and I think this is part of the shock. Oh,
Temptation strikes again.
Oh, Minami. I mean, she's not going. I think she'll throw the 8 and the 9 bamboo before she throws that 7.
We do know the 5 pin and the 4 pin are both safe to the reach.
Okay, yeah.
So that is at least a path to Tenpai still available without having to take any risks.
Yeah, I think the challenge, though, for people who do attend the WRC, and maybe in Tokyo this July, if you're coming to join us, is having that discipline, and realizing that the other players, they will show this level of discipline even when they're losing very badly. And I think, I don't know, maybe you're better than me, Kyra, but certainly when I start losing points and bleeding out, it just gets worse and worse because I start to panic. I start pushing harder and harder.
It depends on real life. I think for me a lot, and whether I'm playing Sama or not, I tend to get salty about Sama. Weirdly, I don't know why.
Yeah. Sama's not a fun game.
It's been fun. Oh, but we see 7. There's only 1 left, but there it is.
She drew
and
it
an
again.
error flip.
Again, she had to draw it herself.
It
wasn't going to come out otherwise.
But that's the thing, though, right? By making that reach, everyone else had to fold, which gave her the time she needed to draw it. Maybe I wouldn't reach something like this if I was not the dealer, but
yeah, I think as dealer you're kind of short on options, but anyway, Uotani pushes herself into the front.
I think the stats are if it's 3 Han or more Dama, you can Dama. but if it's less than that, you reach, even if it's a bad shape. I
I
think
don't
that's the
like stats,
stats.
mate. I don't like stats.
I know. I'm not. I shouldn't quote EV to you. Correct me the one to talk about stuff like that. I think.
Yeah, yes. Arthur Korak is definitely much better at the stats than I'm aware of them. I just don't believe in them. And I think they
I,
work for you all because you believe in them. You
I
give them
see.
power. I don't give them power.
Well, if
And
it
I bet
works for me, then it works for me. I guess.
so I
Yeah.
can guarantee Uotani does not give the stats power. She gains
I
power
see.
herself. And sumoing.
See, I have no faith in my own ability to draw tiles, so I rely on statistics.
Yeah, you got to make your own magic, mate.
I see. Okay, fair.
And it's really nice as well seeing those 9-mans, and it's one of the ones that, again, I think there's more questions about whether you should can it, but with the 2 7s adjacent, I think that not canning is the smartest way to make sure you can get to Tenpai, right?
Yeah, if you draw the 8, then you might want to go 7, 8, 9, 9, and 9 to the pairs of 7s. If you
Yeah.
draw another pair though, maybe at that point,
Yeah.
if it ends up being
You've got
that, that's going to be your only pair. Basically, what I said
the
opposite.
7s are going to be a pair. Yeah, exactly. But again, I think this is something that we can say definitely is a little bit of an online habit. Is this you're just hitting the can button, right, without really sort of plotting out how this is going to go for you.
It's definitely a
Endo does not
beginner
believe in streaks.
thing. It's just temptation, right? You see the button appear, and you're
I
like,
know.
ooh.
Well,
It made a
pressing
pretty
buttons
noise.
means good things, right? Ah, and she got her final East. So that's 2-hand right there that no one else knows about, that's good news for her. So there she's got another pair.
Yes. So drawing that
Would
8
you
suddenly
can at
becomes
that
very
point?
good.
Would
No,
you can
because
at that
drawing the
point?
8 now
No.
becomes a sequence and a triplet.
Yeah. I agree.
And I think also Tempai at that point, actually.
And yeah, Uotani has
I'm
quite a lot
liking
of
the fact
options.
that we have potential, not only a pairs based hand, but also sequences. Weirdly, it could be either, depending on what gets drawn. It's weird that a hand becomes flexible like that, but when it is, you gotta love it.
So the other thing I like about Endo's hand that I want to comment on is, of course, if she is it Endo's hand that I want to talk about, the one of the can of the concealed quad of 9. Yeah, if she
It would
gets the
be
8, she has
Suzaku.
a pure outside. She has a Jun-chan,
That's also very true.
which would be
That's a
super
hand
exciting.
I always forget about.
But pure outside hand closed like this is 3 hand. It's huge.
Yeah.
And she's got a Dora. She wouldn't even have to call Riichi. She has a Mangan just sitting there quietly.
Yeah, with a weight like 7, I feel like you might want to just go for unless you see someone else reach first, maybe just try and keep that secret. But we'll say though, we do see 3 of those 7 of a bamboo in Endo's hand. So Suzaku's gonna have a tough time making it work. But you never know, right? You never know.
You never know. Well,
Especially if we see a reach from some players who played the 4s. Maybe the 7 will become appealing.
yeah, I think it's difficult to coax tiles out of hands from players like this. They play very tight. I think the interesting conversation would be here if she drew another Dora, another 9 bamboo. I think that would be a difficult call to make then. Almost has too many pairs then.
Just trying to remember what Minami called there. I think she has no Yaku.
So
But
here's
maybe
the
if it's to
option.
play for going to Tenpai, I'm wondering. Maybe go on, sorry.
I think yeah, it's just oh, and we're Tenpai here. Minami is Tenpai on the 2 bamboo and the north wind. Minami is north at the moment.
Just trying to think what the call one. Maybe it was Yakai, I just missed it. Hopefully it's Yakai and she can win. Oh no.
No, she
Also
doesn't
the
have a
switch then.
Yaku. Yeah, so
Okay.
she's hoped too hard, and Suzaku is going to go straight for a open Jin-chan, which is still 2-hand plus a Dora. So I like that call because she's called the Dora.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's still Mangan.
Yeah,
Or
I mean,
essentially Mangan, I guess.
you start calling things like 7, 8, 9, people are going to be like, okay, well, what's your yaku? It's obviously not. You obviously can't, all simples Tanya this.
The
So I
obvious
think,
candidates are usually either a mixture sequence or an outside hand,
an
or
outside
if
hand,
you can,
right?
or if you can see that there are missing pairs or triplets of yakuhai, maybe the yakuhai, but only if you can see that they're missing all. A way to upgrade available to 2/5 of characters.
I think Uotani has smelt the tempais on the table and she's taking a beat there to work out how she can avoid them.
Yeah. These players do tend to play very quickly, but it is good sometimes to take a moment.
Minami.
Sometimes.
I think Minami's going to pull her hand apart for that East. I don't think she's going to throw it into this table.
Live yakuhai, potentially double East at this point.
Yeah,
You don't
double
know.
East.
We know, but okay.
Everyone's getting a bit nervous now. They know that something's happening.
Just doing a quick scan. I see 1 8-man, which means there's 3 left to draw, I believe.
No, there's 2 in Uotani's hand.
Okay, so there's only 1 left to draw.
Only 1 left.
1 in discards, 2 in this hand.
So now Uotani is senpai. Yeah,
Does reach quite it does.
Reach it.
Very late, but there is. I think you're allowed to reach even if there are no tiles left in this rule.
Yeah, so she's. Yes, I think you can. So she's senpai on an 8-man, a 3-man, and a 3-pin and a 6-pin, which is. That's pretty good. That's an exciting weight. So I think
in this rule set, you are allowed. Just confirmed it. You are allowed to reach even if there are no draws left for you.
So we just saw 8-man buried away. So all the 8-mans are gone.
Exhaustive draw, and our dealer gets to keep their dealership. That is an evil smile. Oh my!
I think there was a realization about where her tiles were. Is that I don't know. Is it relief when you realize everyone else had them buried in their hand, or is it frustrate that you could never have drawn it even if you wanted to?
I think it's relief the first 4 times it happens. If it happens 5 times in a single game, then I think you're allowed to be a little bit like, oh, come on.
It's just Mahjong.
He sure is. Interesting start here. A lot of pairs, but
yeah, I mean, the green dragon. I'd want to call that straight away. Yes. I think.
Yeah, hopefully it might be a chance to pawn some and get some things from people, but we'll see. We'll see.
You know what I really like about playing in Japan is they start playing even as they're shuffling the hands in their tiles. I can get quite frustrated if I'm made to wait for my first discard.
I see, yeah. I think that's fair. Yeah. I'm sure that they've all been trained on how to
yeah, I mean, okay, let me clarify that. Like, if you're newer to offline play, I don't get frustrated because, of course, we all had to be new at one point. But sometimes you see people who've been playing for just as long as me, and I'm like, come on. You know what you've got in your hand. I know you're just as much of a degenerate as I am. I know you know, so just play.
I think that's also like just a benefit in the game for it as well, because if you're sorting as you're playing, then it's not going to give information away based on like where you put things. Does that make sense?
Yeah, well, we could do that thing where like people group them into the sets and then put them all together, and you're like, oh no, mate, I can see that you've got a pair there and something's going on over here. Yeah.
For example, if we're looking at Uotani's hand, the pair of norths was in the middle of the hand and the dragons were on the side. So like it was ordered. We can definitely see what's going on. But if you're looking at it from behind, you might necessarily know that that's actually a north that she's playing in the middle of her hand. I think it's quite smart. Quite clever. And is this hand actually 7 pairs? I was hoping it wouldn't be. I was hoping we would call the dragons here, but
yeah. I mean, she's having that conversation in her head there, isn't she? She's like, oh, but I think she's trying to keep her options open, keeping that 4 or 5 bamboo. So 5 bamboo is not a great tile to keep if you are going to go for a all pairs hand.
I think
not likely to come through.
An interesting choice to cut relatively early to try and wait on the 2 of bamboo. I know that
Yeah.
pseudo traps are not as reliable, but if it's early enough in the hand and you can make your hand not look like a 7 pairs hand, which is very hard to do, I think I learned a lot of tricks on how to win a 7 pairs hand. But the problem is that now I play at a level where everyone knows those tricks. So now I'm doing it and they're just like, oh yeah, you're making 7 pairs. Oh, okay.
You can use those tricks on me because and she's got 7 pairs. But you can use those tricks on me because I am very bad at seeing that. But she's got two Dora and 7 pairs. It's 4-hand 25 fu. I'd be tempted to reach it, right? But I guess you don't want to reach on this 5 bamboo.
No, but she had the 5. She's now waiting on the 2.
Yeah, but no one's gonna trust the
Now she can
Suji
cut
check
west.
on the reach tile.
He
No.
wants cut west. That is a perfect tile waiting
Yes.
for 7 pairs.
That's a good tile to it. Yes, I
And
like that.
The main reason why you do reach 7 pairs is because if you flip 1 error, you flip a 2 error, and it always feels good to bump the hand up to 12,000 points. But we have 2 reaches here. The 2 did come out. Although actually, that makes sense.
Only because she discarded it. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't. Maybe there's a world though where the 2 still came out if we had cut the 5, and then the other Riichi also cut the 5.
That was a reactionary discard.
Let's not count out Minami here. 1 away. She could put her stick in the ring as well.
Yeah, we're starting to see a bit of aggression now, aren't we?
Although actually, no, the 6 is maybe we give up on. Yeah, it's a sad thing I mentioned here. There's aggression and there's playing a 6. But we do see the Pinfu hand win. No error flip this time, but still reach Pinfu 1 Dora with 3 reach 6 on the table.
Not bad.
A nice pot for Suzaku there, yeah. And little manga.
Yep, put her in a comfortable second.
It's a fake manga.
Just a breath away from the top there. I think my husband's gone to go and find an ice cream outside.
Oh.
That's why there's all the sudden clattering of the door, and I'm not going to tell him not to do it because I'm not brave enough to tell my husband he can't have an ice cream.
That's fair. But yeah, Suzaku currently with 128th place with a score of minus 43.2. She used to be a nutritionist for a daycare.
A nutritionist, wow.
She has no favorite tile or yaku, and it's a mystery where she's originally from. So, a woman of mystery.
It's pretty bold not to have a favorite tile or yaku, considering that's one of the only questions you're asked as a pro.
To be fair, like everyone else has like multiple names, but we just have Suzaku. So I do like the idea of having that sort of whether it's kayfabe, whether it's actually just real. Just like I don't know where I'm
the
from.
protagonist in Fushigi Yugi?
I don't know.
Maybe she has fallen from another timeline into the modern day. I'm pretty sure it's Suzaku.
Okay.
This is really old anime from like the 90s, so maybe I'm showing my age now.
Imagine getting isekai into this world, and now you have to play Mahjong as professional.
There you go. See, exactly.
Someone's going to make that.
Her life, like it has to exist. Edo era Japan or something. Yeah, yes. It was Suzaku. That's right. See, I didn't get it wrong. I'm a genius.
Endo has called, but actually, Endo calling the White Dragon here is very interesting because I don't think her hand's worth anything, and she is in last place. I wonder why that happened. I mean, maybe her hand is slow, but I don't know. I feel like trying to win a very cheap hand is not the solution here.
No, but Suzaku is taking her dealer reach, obviously. With Dora.
Yeah, waiting on
pretty
the 5.
Weight, but yeah.
We see it's a door indicator, but it's also just a 5, so she's gonna have to draw it herself, I think. As you have been saying, but yeah.
Well, I mean, again, it's back to putting the pressure on as the dealer to the table, right?
That's definitely true.
So Uotani has one of those weights. I don't think she's going to start throwing tiles adjacent to the Dora.
No.
And Uotani is actually in a really strong position because she's the last dealer. She, she doesn't need to. Oh, there you go. She managed to group it up as well. She doesn't need to take any unnecessary risks.
The game does have a time limit, but I think the time limit's what, 80 minutes plus one, and it might be like 90 minutes plus one.
80
minutes plus
minutes.
one.
Yeah.
But yes.
But
yeah,
they're
that doesn't happen very
minutes.
often, and this game has been going really quick. Exactly. So
And this is the benefit of the auto table, though, isn't it? You'd be feeling the heat if you weren't on auto table.
Yeah, that's absolutely for sure. But yes,
Have
also,
you
I
ever
should also
played
say
an
hello
auto
to everyone in the
table?
chat. Hello. Hope you're
hi.
enjoying the stream. I
Please
see
do
you.
like and
If
subscribe.
you ever have any questions, do let us know. As we see another reach here, all simples, also Pinfu. Very exciting push there, and it has a better weight than this 5 weight, so we'll see. But yeah,
So let me ask: have you ever played an auto table?
I have not.
Wow. Okay.
I'm
It's going to be
sorry.
a good time for you when you get there. No, it's going to be a good time. Ah, we got it, and we
Even for Snowdrop.
Uotani hit.
It's been
So
a very
that's
high
good.
error game.
Yeah, and that's really good for her because I mean she takes some points from Suzaku, which she really needs to do. Because now she's comfortably in the lead.
Exactly.
And Suzaku, who was her nearest rival, now has no dealership left.
Yeah, I do like cheering for the underdog, and Suzaku and her team are so far behind. I want to see them win. So just that the game gets a bit closer in the overall league score, but
I don't know. I think I have a lot of confidence and we're just going to see Uotani sail through this now. She's built up her lead and she knows how to hold a lead. No worries. No worries for this lad.
I'm so sorry that you're sick. But please get better soon. And feel free to chill and enjoy
because
Mahjong.
I don't know if you can hear, I am also full of cold, absolutely grim. The worst thing about colds though, it's like when you're walking around, it's not too bad, right? But as soon as you lie down to sleep, oh, it's the worst.
Yeah, I'm healthy right now, but relatable.
I'm healthy right now. I feel like it's been a bit like this year, though, right? I'm not sure if it's because we're still coming off the COVID, but I feel like, yeah, after like 2 years maybe of not really catching colds and flus and stuff, it's come back with vengeance. And I can probably count the days I've been healthy more than I can, easier than counting the days I've been ill.
Yeah, the last month was like that for me, I think a bit, but
yeah.
Yes. Well, welcome. Stick around. We stream this every 2 weeks usually. It's based on the actual event or timing of the actual event. But yes, we also have our own team, and one of the commentators we'll be seeing after this game will be part of the team for WRC playing in this event. So yeah, look forward to that. But yeah, anyway, back to the game because a lot has happened while we've been chatting.
Chatting. I like chatting though.
It is fun. No one's quite ready to win yet.
No, I think we've had two fairly big moves, and I think now people are sort of trying to take stock, understand what they're going to go with this. Endo probably doesn't have time to take stock. Yeah, I mean, Endo has to move, so she's going to have to go forward. And yeah, because I mean, there's more here to lose for Endo and her team because they were second in the leaders. So if she comes third, or as she is now fourth, that's really going to cut into their points and push them even lower than Team Trinity there.
I just want to call out a shape that Uotani has right now. If we have a look at the, I believe it's a, was it 4, 5, 6, 4, 5, 5, 6, 7, I believe. It's something that's 4, 6, 6, 7, 8, 8. It's very easy to overlook that it's actually, you've got that 4, 6, 8 hidden inside a 6, 7, 8.
Yeah.
And with that 3 we drew, we've now upgraded up to 2-sided weight. But it's very easy to overlook that at 4, 6, 8 inside that other shape and cut the 4. And then you draw the 5 and you're like, oh, I could have 4, 5, 6. It would have been really, really sad.
So Endo calls a reach on a awkward weight, but she does have the south win there on the south round.
Yeah, speaking of shapes like 468, that is exactly what Endo has when she cut the 4 and is now waiting on the 6-8, trying to look for a 7.
Yeah, I don't think the 7's. I mean, she's going to have to draw it herself again. I don't think the 7's going to
Yeah.
come out.
Sushi the Riichi
So,
are specifically not safe because of this reason. And
yeah.
we're not going to be seeing the 7 coming out from Minami's hand. It's just not going to happen. And we're not going to see it come out here either. So I do believe there's just 1 7 left. But you never know. Oh, if only.
I mean, if only, yeah. But if she shuts this down and keeps her dealership, that's enough here.
I do think it's an interesting question, right? When you've got the 4-7-8 shape, sorry, 4-6-8 shape, and you've cut a 2, technically, if you play the 8 and wait on 5, it's also a Sushi trap, right? Because you've played the 2 ruling out 3-4, and you've played the 8 ruling out 6-7.
Yeah.
And in a format with red 5s, I think I actually prefer to wait on the 5 in that situation.
Yeah, if you've got red 5s, I mean, it drags everything into the middle of the suit. I think it really depends then on the timing of the 2 discard, and then if you're going to reach on the 8. Yeah, I think it really depends on the timing and the dynamics. It's reading these discard pools. It's about how the tiles interact with each other. Did it come out the hand? Did it come just as a straight draw and discard? And that's where it gets really, you can't look at them flat. It's really difficult to book teach,
Yes.
reading discards, because you have to have all of the context to understand how they got to that point.
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, discard reading is very unreliable, but it is just asking the question,
Yeah.
why would I do this discard?
Yeah.
What situations would force me to do that? And then hopefully after you've
Exactly.
thought about that enough, you're like, oh yeah, so that means they might have this, or they might have not guaranteed. Nothing's ever guaranteed, but
But I think, there's definitely like an overemphasis if you do like your Mahjong manga and anime, there's an overemphasis on the analytical aspect of discard reading, when really it's also a lesson in memory and observation.
yes.
2 things that modern life really comes out of our brains these days. I mean, why remember anything when you can just ask ChatGPT?
The memory part's especially important, right? Especially when you're considering like whether a tile was discarded from someone's hand, whether it's a tile they just drew. Like, did their hand change at that point, or is it something they didn't even consider changing anything about? Yeah.
I mean, there are
Sounds
tricks
like-
to it,
ooh.
definitely, but it's something I think that, do you know what? One of the wonderful thought experiment I'd like to do is to bring Mahjong players back from like, whatever, the 40s, 50s, and see how our modern players do against them. I'd love to make those comparisons to see where the modern life really has degraded our abilities to play games such as Mahjong.
Do you think that'd be very interesting? I
Be
wonder if there
interesting,
is a
right?
massive skill gap at the top level. I feel like the average level would be, I don't know, it's actually really hard to tell.
I mean, I don't know. Like, I used to be able to remember phone numbers of my friends. And we're not Tenpai. We are Tenpai. We are Tenpai.
This is
Minami's
Tenpai. With Dora too.
Yeah.
But the 7 is unsafe. The East is also unsafe, I believe. It's been cut once. But that
Yeah, I
doesn't
wouldn't
make it
want to try it, but
guaranteed.
yeah.
I would probably take this Tenpai though.
For Minami, yeah, I probably would against Endo.
Would I reach? No, but I would take the Tenpai. Yeah, that's exactly what we see.
Yeah.
Oh wait, yeah, there was literally one draw left. You were allowed to reach, but yeah, you wouldn't reach. No one else can deal in. That'd be silly.
Yeah, I think, I certainly think, in my years of being alive, I've weirdly had to use those abilities, those capabilities less and less, memory, and things like that.
I think it's one of the reasons why like people say Mahjong is so good for sort of that kind of brain training, as it were.
And it's tactile as well. I know that the American Mahjong ladies often like to talk about how it, staves off Alzheimer's and dementia. I think the science is out, but I don't see why it wouldn't help.
Yeah. I mean, at the end of the day,
It's not
you're
going to do
thinking
any
about
harm.
something, you're socializing. That's
Yeah.
important.
And you're moving
just-
yourself as well. I mean, they say that, like, I think there's better science for things like knitting, right? But then you having to use your hands and count and follow patterns. Cooking's the same, right? It's all the using those skills that actually we don't tend to use so much because most of us are sat at computers these days, aren't we?
That's fair. Yeah.
Which is again why I know it's not possible for everyone. I mean, I live out in rural England as well, so it's not very possible for me to go to offline events anymore. But if you do have the ability, I do recommend getting to an offline event. I think you can
Yes, exactly.
really, yeah, but it is tough. Travel's a pain. No one's got any money.
It's a good point. I should like the video. Please do like the video and all that
Please-
stuff. Jenn is here in chat. You'll make her very happy.
Yeah, Jenn lives for the likes.
Yeah, don't do it for me. Do it for Jenn.
Good for Jenn. Yeah, she deserves it.
She does. Yeah. This is
Yeah,
it.
no, very well. And shout out to Jenn. Jenn is a professional with the Japan Professional Mahjong League. She's a real talent in the Mahjong community over there. But she spends some of her valuable time and effort to collect these videos for us. Get English on there. She prepares all our scripts. She organizes us, which is no mean feat.
He's also a player
So yeah,
in this event.
exactly. I don't know how she has time for this stuff, but she also doesn't sleep. So she is.
Yeah,
She's-
I can't recommend that. I can be
she's-
productive or I can sleep. I can't do both.
I've known Jenn for a long time, and her ability to work is really something to behold. Yeah, whatever she does, she works. So yeah, if you do see Jenn out and about, or go and follow her on her stream, she has her own channel. Just remember that she's bringing this to us. We have two
finally
reaches
gets to
whilst we were
reach.
singing Jenn's
Yes,
praises.
exactly. Yes, they're both Pinfu, I believe. One of them has a chance to be Tanya if they draw the 4. But yes, we do have two very good reaches here. From
I mean,
Endo.
Uotani's hand just looks like cack. She should just fold that. There's no point playing that.
Yeah, especially when you got this much of a lead. Just let
Yes.
the let
Suzaku.
let the peasants fight amongst themselves.
Suzaku can't really do that though, can she?
No,
Doesn't have
Suzaku.
a
I mean, she
good
could
left.
fold and hope that Endo deals in. I mean, Minami deals into Endo or something like that.
Yeah.
But
She's
yes,
calling. She's not going to fold. She can't fold. So Uotani just needs to stand back and let these three play it out. This is not her hand.
Yeah. Speaking of Endo.
Yeah.
Actually, wait, hang on. Yeah, Endo, who just won this hand, just making sure it was her that won. A Disney fan, as well as Mahjong, and Conan and Harry Potter. She is a mom. She has a 1-year-old child.
Oh.
And a mom who decided to work hard as a Mahjong pro. And the work is, at least for now, paying off. Her team's in second place. And she's in second place in this game as well. Obviously, would like a first to stop Team Trinity from shooting on ahead.
Yeah, but that second place is a big deal for her.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Her current score is she's in 63rd place in the individual stakes with a score of 36.1. So, there's also the individual finals to consider as well. And this, even a second here, would be pretty nice towards that.
Yeah, and we can see big movements in the the cumulative totals because the bonus for winning is so big, and you can see that on Uotani's score. The start there is at 259.8, and if she keeps the lead, she walks away from this table with 312.2. If she, her points don't fluctuate.
Also, Yakuman alert. Just Yakuman alert. Ring ring. It's orphans again.
It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It's only 9.
I mean,
yeah, it's not going to happen.
It's not going to happen. They're two paired up nicely. There's another hand going on there, which is just as delicious, but it's not.
Yes.
It's probably not a Yakuman.
No.
It's definitely not 13 orphans.
But we did see that Jun-chan earlier. So maybe we can maybe not a Jun-chan, but a chan quite nice. Honroto would be very good. All terminals and honors.
See, I think Honroto is not valued highly enough because how often do you see that hand? Never, right?
I think the justification is that it's never alone.
Mm.
Like you always have at least one, maybe 2 or even 3 Yakuhai triplets, and it's Toy Toy. So It's still not Yakuman, but it's usually at least 6
Yeah.
when you total it all up. Now
I
the
think I've
question
only
is
had
6
one
enough, or is
Yoko,
that
like,
also
once
still too
in my
little?
life. That's too little, yeah. I don't think it's enough.
But yes,
I don't think Gampeko is valued highly enough. That probably should be Yakuman as well.
I'm not sure I'd call it Yakuman, but I do agree. Should be more than 3. I think that's reasonable, yeah.
Yeah. It should be a 5. Make it equal to a full flush.
I guess the trick is that like you shouldn't aim for Riampeko. That's the same sequence in the same suit twice, by the way, for anyone who
Yeah, double twin sequences.
yeah.
Um,
But yeah, I think you should never aim for it because trying to force that it never goes
you
well.
shouldn't even aim for Ipeko. Just twin sequences. You shouldn't go for it anyway.
I think yeah, the twin sequence if you see it as a potential, keeping the potential in mind is nice, but deciding this is going to be my Yaku
No,
is just a bad idea.
It's a bonus.
Yes, exactly. A really nice bonus.
Endo's in a bit of a spot here though because she has this very awkward Dora in her hand.
Yes.
Can't really get rid of it until someone else clears the way for her. Minami.
So my question for you is: if you draw the 3-so, if you're Endo, you draw 3-so, and you're Tenpai with the Pinfu. Oh, the Riichi came out. That might change this decision. Would you then cut the Dora?
No, I wouldn't cut the Dora.
Okay.
No, I would. Yeah, no,
Oh,
that Dora is
Tenpai.
living with me. Oh my word!
The Riichi comes out,
She did it.
and not
All right,
just
Endo.
it, but also
All
pushing
right.
into someone else's Riichi, which is terrifying.
Pushing into the top players, Riichi, as well.
I think by our count, there's only one 3-so left,
I mean,
but it might come out here. No.
No, I think maybe she's looking and she's saying, "I can't let you, Uotani, get more points. Your team is not going to get any more points." But that was bold. And Uotani, yeah. You see, Uotani knows how to draw tiles. It's really how to play
Apparently
Mahjong.
not have the Burrow though. No
No, not
reverse
this
Dora.
time. She did it quite well
Not
though.
this time.
For the last.
But it's not needed at this point, you know. Just get even more points. Collect the Riichi stick.
Yeah, it's not a huge amount of points.
It adds up, especially when you're already in
Does
the
add
lead.
up.
And this is where your earlier question: am I more likely to deal in early in the game or late in the game? If I were any of the 3 players who are not in the first place right now, I'm more likely to deal in. I'm more likely to deal in right now.
Triplet of East as the dealer. Oh, very nice.
And a pair of Souths too.
Oh wow. Okay, this is the go hand, right?
Now, do you make a half flush here? I would probably cut the 9 pin first and just see
Yeah,
where
the
things
9
go.
pin is yeah.
But I'd be
probably the
very
2
tempted
pin.
to cut 2 pin as the next discard, yeah.
Yeah.
And then maybe the 5, depending on how I feel.
Suzaku's got the other Souths though.
Oh, that's unfortunate for both of them actually. But you can still win without needing a triplet of them.
I mean, I'd definitely be wanting to see my first 3 to 4 draws on this hand. I mean, here
this is where I give up on the half flush idea because I like the 4-6. I think I'd keep that. But it's of course, in the dream right up until.
And the 6 allows you to accept the Dora if necessary.
That's absolutely correct as well. Yes.
Notice the speed has really gone up now. They're making this poor camera switcher move. It's probably reflecting the kind of excitement and tension that they're now feeling on the table. They know that this is probably a big deciding hand before Uotani, the player in the lead, takes her final dealership.
Speaking of, her hand is developing very, very nicely.
Yeah,
still 2 away from Tenpai, but
she had quite a slow start, but she's really. Endo's going for a half flush here. She's not going to give up. She wants some points. And she can accept the Dora in there.
That confirms the pair. I think she puts her 1 away now, right?
Yeah, she have on all simples as well at Tanya.
We did finally see the Dora get drawn.
Yeah. And
fully in that really awkward shape.
Yeah, those white dragons, we know. And the other player has a pair of white dragons, but she's not to know that.
I think there is a very long shot that maybe you see a white dragon cut. But yes, there's also obviously the one remaining white dragon. Wait, hang on. There was the Souths that were paired up by 2 players. The white dragon is just held by
Oh, right. Yeah. No, sorry. Yes, sorry. You're right.
Endo,
Suzaku
I
has it.
believe. No,
Yeah.
by
Yeah.
by
Suzaku
Suzaku.
has 1 white dragon, and then Endo is waiting for her
I could see
3rd
Suzaku
white
playing
dragon.
it. Oh, there's
Minami. Oh, come on. You're going to play it. You're going to
yeah,
play it. Yeah, of
it's
course
gonna
you are.
happen.
She's got Adora here. She's got the East.
So a very, very nice tempai for Endo. It's not gonna be enough to necessarily
Oh,
get her in a position to win
Uotani's
first.
Tenpai, and she does not reach. He's Dama.
Yeah. I mean, you don't need to.
Ah! Another Dora.
If you're already in the
I don't know
lead,
what to-
you don't
Yeah.
need to tell. Just maximize win rate, because surely at this point, the worst case scenario is you losing first place with the massive first place bonus that you just hope that someone else deals it into you. You can move the game along, and then
Yeah.
then everyone's happy.
Easy.
Well, everyone's upset, but
Don't-
you're happy.
Yeah. You're happy. Yeah, she doesn't really need to push this too hard, does she? And Minami
Exactly.
is deciding to fold out, I think. But Uotani wins. The all simples. The inside hand.
Yeah, all simples,
Plus
and
a
I
pimp.
believe also Pinfu. Does it? I believe so. So not a huge
She
win,
could
but
have changed it over to an Ipeko if she'd have drawn the right tiles, but
yeah.
she
Yeah,
too
I
smart
know it
to
says
go
only
for it.
2,000 points, but I feel like I believe it's 50. Your standard 55. Okay, go check this. I have it written down
You
somewhere.
have the abilities.
It's 10-20, so 20 for first and 10 for second, -10 for third, -20 for fourth. But also everyone bets 5,000 points, which go to the winner. So
Yeah.
yes, exactly. You got to keep in mind that Oka. Yes.
The infamous Oka.
So because of that, first place will win, I believe. It's 35, right? Because it's 2010, and they take 5 away, and then they win 20. Yeah.
That's my problem with Oka, is it's like, oh wow, that's another line for the mental arithmetic that I just
Yeah.
did not need.
I have said my opinion on this before. I'm not going to say it again. But yeah,
Fold it into Uma. You don't need them separate.
exactly. I swear when I said this the first time, you had the opposite opinion. Have I
No?
convinced you? Have I converted you?
It sounds like me to be completely hypocritical, so okay.
No, I'm just gonna say I converted you to my ways.
I'm
That's
not going to
fine.
defend myself. Yeah, you changed my mind. If that's what you want to hear.
But the important thing is that because of that +20, it's definitely worth fighting for first place. And actually, you can see how the scores are affected right on the bottom of the screen. How that first place bonus for Uotani is going to give her what plus? Some quick maths here. 58 points. Yeah.
Suzaku here is going for half flush because that's going to get her in second, which is what she needs. I don't have advice for poor Minami. Not much you can do now.
Yeah.
And Reach.
Speaking of
Reach
that half
on
flush,
the
so
south, which is the Dora and the White Dragon. It's not
closed
great
half
to be
flush,
waiting on a Dora like that. Yeah.
but closed half flush Dora 2 with a guaranteed Yakai triplet.
Yeah.
It's pretty exciting if you do win.
It's huge. It's huge. There's nothing wrong with that. But I think it's going to be tough to see that South come out. She's going to have to draw it. The White Dragon, I think she was kind of needing someone else to have a pair of White Dragons. They might think they were safe enough to throw. That's not happened, so.
There's still time. But yeah, there's actually that pair of White Dragons that
Minami
come out.
has 2 White Dragons. Minami has 2 White Dragons. So
Yeah,
we are hunting for Souths in the wall.
Yeah, I don't see anyone discarding that unless you're really committed to folding and you have no other choices. But
right, yeah.
Minami's not going to fold here.
There's 2 Souths in the wall. So, I mean, when you're trying to draw into a Dora triplet, having 2 left in the wall is the best situation there could be, but still. Sorry.
Yes. So we are now just, I guess, sat here tense to find out where these are going to be. Honestly, though, looking at Minami, she's not going to be able to make it. Like, it looks so hard to build anything useful with. For Uotani, maybe there was a chance of going for 7 pairs, but given she's in the lead, she doesn't need to push this.
No.
And in fact, I think her ultimate ideal outcome would be Suzaku winning this hand, as long as it's not directly off of her. So
Yeah, we're just going into a draw, right?
yeah, because that only
She's
benefits
not
her.
by it. She's in a very strong position.
Okay, I said no one else had really had a chance of winning this, but okay, well, Endo did have a very decent base to build a hand there. She's dismounted a little bit just for the sake of safety, and I get that, honestly. If Endo deals in, she's guaranteed to 3rd place. But if she folds, and we see Uotani fold as well, she's guaranteed 2nd. It's a lot of things that have to happen. I shouldn't say guaranteed. If all those things happen,
there's an opportunity.
Yes, for a 2nd place finish. It's sometimes times like this when it is all last, you feel the pressure. You want to make something happen.
Suzaku must be feeling stressed here.
Yeah. I mean, there's nothing else Suzaku could have done, right? Like, this reach is the optimal move for her. She's done everything right. Yeah. It's just up to luck now. Like, other than maybe if she really, really, really wanted to go for even more value, which she didn't need to do, she could have tried making Itsu, but that's no. Just take the reach.
That 9-pin draw, she could have done it, but no.
Yeah.
That would be a long wait there.
Yeah, just take the reach.
I mean, yeah, I think she must know that it's probably just not going to come for her now. She really is just hoping on the wall. But we still have 2 souths in there, and as the wall gets shorter, unless both are buried in the dead wall, which would be a tragedy.
That's one. Okay. It's never gonna come out, which means there's only one left. But at least we know that they weren't both completely removed out of play. So there's that, I suppose. Sometimes
well, I mean, that's the next spicy conversation to have is, should we even have a dead wall? Why not just play it till the end?
That's an interesting question. I guess because of Dora, I suppose. But then I guess also it guarantees extra randomness, I guess. By not knowing that all the tiles are in play, it guarantees there's some extra randomness.
That you'll be blocked somehow.
Yeah. But then the randomness could really work against you. I don't know if that's a good thing.
So that one south was buried in the dead wall. How frustrating.
It's going to be 3,000 points for her, but effectively only 2,000 because I believe the Riichi stick goes to 1st place. I think that's what happens in this situation.
So, Uotani is 1st.
A very solid win.
I mean,
yes,
it's Uotani. It's to be expected.
I do like the way Jenn wrote the bio here. Perhaps more titles than any other Pro Mahjong player.
Yeah, I don't think any of the other players here are going to feel particularly lost to Uotani.
But what game?
Yeah,
that's really fun.
There wasn't, some of the games we've watched before have been like super exciting, but this one it felt like Uotani, after a slightly slow start, she got into a vibe and then she just dominated. And there wasn't really anything anyone could do.
Exactly, yes.
It must be frightening playing against that woman.
Like, even her bad reaches, it was twice she reached on a Kanchan 7 weight when she had the 6-8.
Well, the reaches weren't bad, but the weights were sucky.
The weight, the reach was a good reach given the hand, But the fact is, these are hands that you often expect to go to exhaustive draw. You expect to never draw it, right? Especially when it's a 7, you expect at least one of them to be held by someone else.
She expects to draw them, so she does. That's where you're going wrong.
We saw it happen twice, so yes.
See, that's why the stats are not your friend. You just got to believe in the flow.
I see.
Poor Jenn is actually taking over from. Are you on the next game commentating? I forget.
Jenn and Tips are taking over for us, I believe.
Oh, yeah, because I was supposed to be commentating twice today, but as you can hear, my voice is getting quieter and quieter. So I'm going to thank Jenn for taking my spot. And for all the work she does. But please do like and subscribe to the channel.
Actually, yes, good point. I didn't see Jenn in the background of that game.
No, I didn't see Jenn in the background.
Did you see Jenn at any point? Did we spot Jenn on the other tables? We'll have to see if there's an establishing shot at the start next game. But yeah, speaking of, hello, Jenn and Jeremy.
Hi everybody, we're the superheroes slamming in to save you from your predicament.
My throat. Yeah. Thank you.
What did you think of that game? How did you tune in to see the?
Did not see Jenn. I wonder if she was at that location.
Yes, this is on the. I don't know how to explain it. The right side.
Well, maybe Jenn will be able to see Jenn in the second game. But of course, thank you to our UK team there, Chiral and Gemma, with their British banter, keeping us entertained.
Yeah, fingers crossed I'll be here tomorrow because there is a certain storm hitting UK tonight. So stay safe, everyone.
Yeah, stay safe.
Stay safe.
But yeah, I will pass it on to you guys. Have a brilliant rest of
Bye,
the stream.
Thank you for the warm welcome. So Jenn.
Did we hear about Roddle? How Chiral is doing in Roddle?
Yes, Chiral is, I think he's got the most games out of any player on our team, and our team is rising up. I mean, we're not 69th place anymore. We're about like 38th, so we're getting up there.
Yeah, you guys have as many positive points as my team has negative points. Right My team is the degenerates, the J.
I think eventually we all want to have positive points. Well, I guess we can't.
It's actually possible in that format for everybody to have
yes,
to a positive.
Exactly.
Which makes it hard, but also don't forget to click the the link as well, but also the link in the description to sign up for the book giveaway. The deadline is end of stream tomorrow, so you have a full day left to sign up, or to enter. And 3 people will get books. 2 people will get a copy of my book, this one, signed, and we'll send it to you anywhere in the world.
That's right.
The other book, yeah. Riichi Mahjong Perspective is a collection of essays by Mahjong pros, originally published for the 2017 World Reach Championship, and the Riichi Mahjong study book with no name. That was, I think we just made it. The cover is a little bit, I think it's the old cover, but it's basically the same. It's a study book that mostly Garth and I wrote for the 2014 World Reach Championship. So those are also on offer in the giveaway.
Right.
Game 2.
Well, we hope to see you clicking that subscribe button. Put in your application with a screenshot of your subscribed account on YouTube. And thank you to everyone who's already subscribed and entered the giveaway. We have a number of entries, and we've reached our subscriber goal for last year. So let's keep it going and make World Riichi Mahjong a big name. Just like our big names here in Game 2. So we've already seen one former M-Leaguer. This game is, I believe, free of M-League for one game until we come back to get to Game 3. But definitely no slouches here. Our first dealer, Haruka Kinoshita from Trinity. And in the south seat, we've got Yumeka Mamiya doing the pose right there. In our west seat, we've got Sakura Rai representing Fairy. And in the north seat, Asami Suzuki for Team Endorphin. Oh, and I was too distracted by her pose, but Yumeka Mamiya is representing Sakae, of course. Riichi Mahjong Sakae.
Also, Haruka Kinoshita did play in the Pirates treasure hunt last year.
Ooh.
So she has some connection to M-League.
That's a very thematic thematic event for them to have.
Yes.
Yeah, a lot of the teams do have their own sort of smaller events for the fans, for other pros, maybe to scout out what competition there is for next season if they're trying to make a draft.
Yeah, when I played in the X-Footing Kazan edition, 2 people from my broadcast table were actually drafted by M-League that year.
That means you're next on the list, right? Jenn is top draft? Top draft?
No. Nobody's gonna draft Jenn.
That being said, let's head into the second game here. We've got all of our players bowing in. Looks like no bad blood. At least none that we can see on the table right now. As we get into the second game. Whew. As mentioned, Haruka Kinoshita will be our first dealer. So she is an up-and-coming pro who's been getting a lot of camera. She's also a swimsuit model and the 2015 Miss Hirosaki University. She actually participated in a lot of, I guess, extracurriculars. I don't know if it's a curricular when it's university. But she played on her basketball club. She was doing modeling. And she also officially supports Hokkaido Consadole Sapporo soccer team in the Japanese soccer league.
I think she must have been like a really big deal in Hokkaido, but she's definitely based in Tokyo now for Mahjong. Just like many of us.
That's where so much of it is played, right? I mean, that's just where there's a lot of people. Period.
Yeah.
So it's a metropolitan city. Here we are in our first hand. It looks like everyone's playing a sort of middle hand. Kinoshita does have the triplet of easts, but even she's looking for middle tiles here to finish the rest of her hand. So it's going to be a very traffic jam kind of hand. Everyone's looking for the same tiles. The Dora is the 6-0, and we can see that's why Suzuki had really held on to that 7-0 for a while, but it still hasn't connected, so she's going to get rid of it now. There's a 7-0 in Rai's hand here.
Rai's hand, yeah.
Yeah, as soon as you see Sakura, you just want to say Sakura, but her last name is Rai, because Sakura is such a popular name.
There's so many Sakuras in this league, and first names and surnames.
Right.
Both.
Oh! No con yet, holding on to it. Kinoshita, maybe for a big play later, maybe to use as a safe tile. Some large patience here. We'll see if the patience pays off or whether it turns into an issue down the road.
Triple up of the 4 character for Suzuki. Trying to decide if she wants to keep the options open for maybe like mixed sequences or...
Yeah, she wants it. Maybe mixed triples. Sanshoku there. Kan is cold.
That is what I said, mixed sequences. But if she goes for that, she's going to have to get rid of 2 more tiles, so it actually makes her further away from ready in the end.
Oh, 1 away here now for Mamiya. Boop. Okay. Out comes the 1-0. Rai, quick discard. No change. Suzuki does the same. Actually, Suzuki seems to be a lefty. Tiles showing up on the left side of the hand. It's always interesting to note.
She's actually ambidextrous. She uses her left hand for Mahjong.
I wonder, because most people, if you can use your right, to quote unquote rock the boat less, to make less of a stir, you would use your right. But I think
Don't you want to make a stir? And
I think that's changed a lot over the years. Maybe 50 years ago, right? She would use the right. But
so a lot of people who are left-handed, at least my age, and they were like they were fixed to being right-handed. They were kind of
Yes,
forced into being right-handed.
exactly.
But the ones that weren't, a lot of them actually used their right hand just for the calligraphy with the brushes.
Right.
So I had a friend, and when he wrote on chalkboards, he also used his right hand because it was the same sort of writing style as when you're using a brush for calligraphy.
Hmm.
If his hand was touching the paper, he would use his left hand.
That is pretty interesting, just depending on the way you write. So Rai here, Tenpai, not going to Riichi though. The weight not looking too good. There is a Uradora on the board though. I mean, it's never on the board, but there's an extra one because of the con. Mamiya has an interesting decision to make
that's
here.
the fourth Dora for Mamiya. Actually, the fourth Condora. Oh no, it's
the
not.
Condor is the 7.
I did that
Yeah.
again. Ah.
Gemma was mentioning it previous game.
I always do that.
Wonder what Rai's looking for here. Well, she won't be able to get the form on for that kind of improvement if that's what she's looking for, because those are all stuck. Those are all stuck in Suzuki's hand.
It was just a thing in that venue today. The 8 dots were coming as 4s because I definitely had a hand where I discarded one 8 dot and then I drew all 3 of the other 8 dots and discarded them 3 in a row.
They
and
were
then another
sticky. Sticky 8 dots. They're like takoyaki balls. They stick together. You know,
Yeah,
because there's 8 of them and Octopus has 8 legs, my pet nickname for the 8 of dots is the takoyaki. It's like it's like a set of takoyaki, exactly.
Yeah, nice dish.
This is a tough decision now. Now that Rai has done the Riichi, Mamiya's have to make a really tough decision. Gonna go with a 3-pin. I don't think the 3-pin is completely safe, but it is a Suji to the 6-pin in Rai's discard. So maybe not completely folding for Mamiya. But that will allow her to discard her other one as well. She did have a pair. A lot of times when players are deciding on unsafe tiles, they will discard something from a pair so that way they'll have another one if the first one passes.
I'm not slowing down. It's 3 calls for her now.
Yep. I think Kinoshita is kind of stuck, I suppose. Already making 2 calls, and she's the dealer, so she doesn't want to pay out a sumo. Suzuki Tenpai.
She cheats for the Tenpai to say that the 5 dot was safe enough.
Yeah, we'll see if Mamiya actually makes it to Tenpai, but we're running out of time. Rai catches the big win. Misses the Uradora though. if somebody else with 4 8-pins had flipped that Uradora, they would be super happy. But still not bad. 5,000 points.
I reached sumo 1 Dora, I think.
Yeah. I guess 4,000 points. The last 1,000 is her own Riichi stick back.
There's took 1,000 from each of the non-dealers and 2,000 from the dealer.
Right. That's not a bad start for Rai here. I mean, better than losing points. Of course, when you flip 2 sets of Uradora, you're really hoping that you could get one. Not to be for her, but look at this hand for Rai. Is this 1 away with mixed triples already set up? That's crazy.
Whenever I have, I'm 1 or 2 away from the mixed sequences in my starting hand, it never gets there. I have to be, way further away and work really hard to get to it.
We'll see if Rai is able to summon it in, especially with the 9-so being Dora. I think it would be quite reasonable for Rai to just call tiles to make Tenpai here, like the 8 of characters. She's going to.
That's what happens. One of them pairs up.
Yeah. She's going to hold on to it for higher efficiency. Maybe she'll take the Riichi even if she doesn't get the mixed triple sequence. And there's a 9-pin. Rai doesn't need that one though. She only needs the 8-mon.
That's much better now. She needed a pair if she wants to keep the sequences.
Right.
Now that gives her a double edge weight that no baton 2
Yeah.
5-weight.
She also has a couple other options. Like if she gets the 6-pin or the 1-pin, that's a full straight and Itsu Tenpai. Could this be the golden Ishan 10?
That's what it is. One away from both mixed sequences and a full straight. Itsu and Sanshoku.
Oh, a great amount of wealth here for Rai. And finds
pairs up.
Tenpai.
She's ready.
Oh, silent Tenpai. This is 3 Han already, so I guess it's not bad. Plus, it's not Pinfu, so that's a 40 Fu hand on a Ron. That's 5,200. Obviously, Sumo adds Sumo, which would be, I think, a rounded up Mangan, because we are using Kiriage, or rounded up Mangan, in the Mondo TV Pro. Oh, holy rules! Finds it! If only she reached it, that would be Ippon Sumo! Rai collects. And this is still no small hand. It's a Mangan. But imagine.
Yeah, it would have been Hanemon.
Yeah, maybe
Could have
even
had a Hanemon.
Baimon, you know? You can flip one Ura. I think one Uradora would have made it Baimon. Double the points.
Too. Yeah. Riichi, Batsutsumo, Sanshoku, and one Dora.
That's right. It would
So
have
she
only
would
been
need
6.
2 Ura. Yeah. We can't rabbit chase in these rules to see what the Ura would have been.
I think usually in tournaments you're not allowed to just flip the Uradora.
Well, you can strategically, when you're pushing the tiles into the middle, accidentally knock over the one that shows you the Uradora.
I'm sure she could have done it then. Wait, you're not supposed to be saying this on the live broadcast.
Strategically. Strategy.
It's strategy. Oh, we have a little bit of a pause here. Is it just for thinking? Is Suzuki thinking? Okay, it was just for thinking. I thought perhaps a judge was called. I wonder what she was thinking about with that draw. What sort of options did she have?
Maybe it's not here. There is one spot in either this game or the next one where Rai steps away from the table for a moment, and I just cut it out, so it will kind of skip at that point. Just so no one's surprised.
Noted. I wonder why she didn't keep the 7-mon pair that she had drawn. Well, I guess it pays off here. That's one more safe tile to fight Kinoshita's reach.
And that 7 does deal in, so... I think she's decided that the 1 dot was going to be her pair, and now it's her safe tile.
It's not even exactly safe here, but it's as good as she gets. On these very early Riichis, sometimes you don't have any safe tiles from the dealer's discard.
She has 2, so it's a good bet to discard a pair there. If one passes, the other will pass as well. To that player.
Right.
Not to other subsequent.
Out comes the white dragon. It is not called, so Kinoshita, well, obviously can't call it. She's in Riichi.
Yeah, her white is open, so she'll be using her white dragon as the pair. Which, of course, in Reach rules means that it does not count as a Pinfu, or all sequences hand.
Right. The battle rages on here. I think just looks like Suzuki right now has a good shot, but Rai is getting there. Yeah.
She does got to be thinking, why is it so hard to draw this? Oh,
well, Rai's gonna go for it. She does have a Dora, but this weight is 8-mon only.
She also had a possible mixed sequence upgrade, but she won't take it. She's already very far in first place, so she doesn't need the points.
Yeah, and discarding the Dora to make that shift is very dangerous. Tough spot here for Suzuki because that 7-pin is so close to the Dora. Oh, well, it just got a lot easier for her because Kinoshita happened to draw it. So everybody else knows
That's
it's
Dora
syncing against the
anyway.
Riichi.
Dora passes. Mamiya's hand actually keeps shaping up even by these reaches she's battling against.
And so the 7's safe for Suzuki, the 7 pin, and I think after the Dora, the 9 pin is at least edge Suji, terminal Suji. It seems like a reasonable discard for Suzuki.
It was a tempai for Suzuki. She broke it up to get rid of the 7. Safe 7.
Yep, so safe 7 and mostly safe 9 comes out. Suzuki looking for a way to get back to tempai here. The 1s came out early against 1 reach. Not safe to the second Riichi though, but she's going to risk it. Oh, the other player did discard a 1 pin actually, I think. Yeah, right here. So no problem. Oh, Rai gets the one-sided win. Misses the Uradora. That would have been the mixed triples, the Shnjuku, if she had waited to catch the 9.
And the technically worst weight wins again.
Yeah, it's dealer's 2,000 all plus her Riichi stick and one other Riichi stick. Up to 8,000 on that one. Not bad, not bad at all. And she has double the points of second place. More than double right now. So a very big lead for Ryan. We're still in the East round. Oh, a pair of Easts to open it up. Dora is the 3 pin. She doesn't have any of those, but could make a half flush in addition to those Easts. Still looking for the third one though. Maybe a rival half flush from Suzuki right behind her in the south seat, just in a different suit. The third East! The third East already! Oh my!
Look out for Kinoshita earlier in the game, but maybe Rai is on a roll. Maybe it will work out for her this time.
Yeah, that's right. $2-5. Is this? No, she had already discarded a 2-mon earlier. We'll see if she goes for the half flush completely, if the tiles give it to her, or whether she just plays the fastest hand now that she has a pair of, or sorry, a triplet of Easts in her hand. Oh, another Sozu tile, but she's gonna discard the north. Like maximum efficiency here. Mamiya looks to be going.
She doesn't need to sacrifice efficiency for more points at this point.
Right. Mamiya is looking for the points though. She's going for the Pinzu half flush with all the dots. Maybe even a full flush. Seems very likely that could reach a full flush. You can see she has her hand sorted so that she can call a 5 pin without making it obvious that she already has one. The 4 and 6 are beside each other, so she's ready to make that chi. How did she know Rai has a 5 pin here though? How does she know? She's set up to call the 5 pin. That's the only pin tile in Rai's hand.
I mean, because when you have so many of the same suit like that, it makes it really obvious when you make calls from it. The tiles aren't next to each other, so you have to kind of rearrange the hand.
Right.
It's not quite so obvious.
Yeah, it can be a little dangerous if you misread your weight when you're doing it, but the professionals have it down pat. Okay. So Mamiya here decides to keep maximum efficiency. It's a little bit more dangerous. She's going to keep the maximum efficiency. Let's see, Rai makes tempai. This is her chance to go for it all, to go for the half flush, or to just call reach. She's going to go for it now. After discarding the 3 honor tiles, she's actually going to change her mind and go for the big points.
Pair of honor tiles in her discard, and they're 2 wests.
Oh, another chance for tempai. Doesn't take it. Not even with the Suji trap set up this time. Waiting on the 8-mon after discarding the 5. Rai here is a member of the JPML, but her husband is a member of Psycho Isen. So they perhaps they have a little bit of a rivalry at home coming from
There
different
are,
organizations.
yeah, there are a few of those. Famous one is Rinka Hayakawa and Namba Ibukawa.
Shibukawa.
Yeah,
Two,
he's in MPM and she's in JPML.
right, two different kinds of rivers.
Mhm.
The rivers flowed together. Mm. Yeah, it actually looks like Mamiya could have also gone for a half flush, but she's not going to play that route. Her hand turned out to be faster without shaving down to one suit. Yeah, little.
Rising tempied again, and she with the 8-weight, but I think there might be some 8s on the board. It doesn't look like that great of a weight.
Hmm. A lot of interesting decisions here for Mamiya. He's going to cut the 2 from the bottom, locking in all the Dora. And this is the tempai she's looking for. This is the tempai I would look for too. 3 so only weight.
Tempai that nobody else is looking for because you're already using one of the 3s.
Oh, another pair. Don't know if that's what Mamiya wants though.
So the last difficult decision, she had to lock in one of the pairs.
Oh, she's locking in the other pair of Dora. All in on Dora. It's gonna have a triplet type weight, a shampoo on both Dora.
Trying to hoping for the 3 concealed triples, but
Right. Full flush tempai for Suzuki. And that's gonna deal into Rai as the dealer. That's a big hand. That's basically Mangan. Yeah, it's Mangan. The Khan. I'm telling you, 3-so is too powerful. Kinoshita is under 0 now.
I think. It's double ace with concealed. It was a concealed flush that it looked like it had called, but it was a concealed con.
Yeah, closed con.
I think there's a Dora in there. Ends up 18,000.
Oh, there were Dora.
On Kinoshita.
Because the Dora were...
No, it wasn't Dora's Ipeiko because it's closed.
That's what it was.
Yeah, it's hard to remember that it's closed when
when the con has been made on the right. But yeah, that means the half flush was worth 3 han. It was worth 3 han instead of 2. And then the Ipeiko added onto it. That's 4. Then the double east 5, 6. So that's 18,000. Big hand there. Enormous hand. No Riichi. Just wait for the 3-so.
That is hurting now. Down in the negatives, you saw that black stick come out. It means you don't have enough points to pay for the hand.
Well, that's going to mean the group gets closer, though, because Trinity is in first place right now. Of course, Fairy still needs to do a lot more work, but Rai's getting it started here. This would already be a 70-point swing. 70! Should it end like this in one game? Of course, Suzuki's looking to make that 70-point swing as well. I think it would not quite get them there, but if the points came from Kinoshita, for instance, then it would get Team Endorphin into first place. Of course, Trinity has been, I guess, honestly, the favorite from the beginning of this group with Uotani, the former M-Leaguer, as well as Mizuhara, the current M-Leaguer, on their team.
Yeah, they've been performing really well in this league as well.
Yeah.
I think they feel some pressure they have this experience in what's considered to be the most elite team competition. So,
but when it comes to the Yukan Fuji in particular, I mean, Mamiya here, she's in third place right now, but she won the 17th Yukan Fuji individual tournament. Her team was not able to win that year. They ended up placing second. So she wants to make up for that, although it doesn't look like it's happening this year, unfortunately. Maybe next year.
-300 over 300 is really hard to come back from at this point. We're And we're already well into the second half of the season.
I think this group only has 2 more sessions to play, including this one, so only 1 more session. So I think that dream might be dead for Sakae here. But the other 3 teams, there's still enough time for them to shift the points around.
It is quite a task for Fairy as well, though.
Yeah.
Endorphin definitely has a chance. I mean, at this point, with this current standings for this game, basically one big first place away from taking over first place from Trinity.
Right. But Rai is doing her best here. Maybe she's looking for 100,000 this game. Maybe that's the goal. They're gonna need some magic fairy dust, I suppose. They're gonna need some magic in order to make it happen.
Medium of choice for fairies. Dust.
Yeah, exactly. 2, 3, 4. Oh, the Sanzo comes in again for Rai. Perhaps she has an affinity with it as well. We can see Suzuki here has been waiting for the Forso for a while, but not confident enough in the weight to do a Riichi.
And Kinoshita locks in the Forso into her hand.
That is going to save her from losing any more points. This is a chance to change her weight. Very interesting.
Yeah, it would be a 2-step change, so she'd do a temporary change for Tenpai. Maybe discarding the 6 or the 3, and then hoping for a better weight later.
Doesn't want it. Guess she's looking for the mixed triples setup, the 2, 3, 4. Maybe that's what she's preferring. We can see Mamiya also wants the same thing.
I think Mamiya, that's Rai is an interesting discard just now because she could have kept the 7 for possible all pairs.
Yes.
And keeping the 8 Peiko and also keeping the options open for her sequences as well.
3, 4, 5. But the single Dora is still just hanging out there. It's actually doing the same thing in a lot of players' hands right now. Everyone with 1 Dora hoping they can be the one to draw the second. And Mamiya is not going to give up on it yet. This is Tenpai now. Very interesting way for Rai. I mean, I guess it is just 6-9, so it's not that interesting. But the other side of her hand is interesting. This deals in, though. Oh, it comes out immediately! That's tough for Suzuki, and Rai advances again.
Lots of 3 Peiko, so they're 12,000 points added to Rai's score.
Yeah, looking for 100,000. It's definitely possible now. It's only the East round. Rai's going crazy here. The fireworks are being let off. I wonder what sort of smirk she's hiding behind that mask. The mask is a little bit down right now. Her mouth looks pretty tame. Sometimes when I see the mask, I just imagine the widest grin behind it that they're just hiding.
I'm usually hiding myself saying, I hate you, I hate you, I hate you to the people I just dealt into. It's gonna be Rai's 3rd turn at dealer.
Yeah, and it's not one of those dealer turns where it's been a slow grind with draws and small hands. I think Raya's hit she hit Kinoshita for the dealer Haneman. This one was a dealer Mangan. I think even the one before it was a pretty large hand as well. I think it was 2,000 all, if I remember correctly, plus somebody else's Riichi stick, so it was like 7,000.
Yeah, and she had a reach stick that came back, so it looked like 8,000.
Yes.
That hand was.
Yeah, so 3 really big dealer hands. Rai's making the most of her dealer turn. The
That's
S-
37,000 points just for it's like the same. It's more than a non-dealer Yakuman.
Right. Yeah, the scores were a little bit incorrect there, so I believe the scorekeeper, overlay manager worked together, fixed it up. Right at 74,900 now. Mamiya holding out in second place, all the way down at 18,000. Rai more than triple? More than quadruple, actually, when I do the calculations. More than 4 times the points of second place right now. I remember mentioning when she was more than double second place, and it's just gotten bigger from there. But it's still early. It's still East 3. So everybody still has at least one dealer turn to go. Suzuki obviously has 2 more. Assuming we don't go to time, that is. Time has been a thing on these tables.
Get to that point that Rise at right now, and you start to feel kind of invincible. Like you can win all the hands. Sometimes that can get you into trouble.
That's right. Mamiya here can still use the 7-so Dora with her 5-6, so she'll discard the 8-so. Rai has a couple 7-so though, so she already has the value. We'll see if she opens for a Tanyao, an all simples kind of hand, or whether she stays closed for safety. 666s! That's not Dora, but it's an advancement. You can see Mamiya moving for the all simples, the Tanyao. What will Rai decide? Because she will lose the 7-9 Mon shape if she goes for all simples. And she's going to keep the shapes. Suzuki,
If you
maybe.
have a lot of places that are easy to call, then it's sometimes better to go for the
Right.
all simples inside hand just for speed, especially if you have 2 Dora.
Alright, 3-4. That's reasonable.
She can't shift that 7-9 shape down to an all simples hand though. She gets the 6 or
That's
5.
true. Also the option of just removing the 9-so here. And locking in 7s as pair or triplet if you can get a call on it. She's going to cut the 4 Mon though. Interesting.
Lock in the open-ended instead. Maybe trying to camouflage a bit for a future weight.
Yeah, maximum efficiency. Is that Tempai? It's a Riichi. Kinoshita Dora. 7 pairs waiting on Dora. The classic shortcut to Hanemon. Just sumo a Dora with 7 pairs and you have Hanemon.
This is Gemma's cue to say pros never wait on Dora.
Hello, chat. Make sure to give us a thumbs up if you're having fun, if you like the stream. If you're a fan of Rai, also if you're not a fan of Rai and you're a fan of one of the other 3 players, give them a thumbs up so they can come back and make the match interesting as well. And make sure to subscribe to the channel so you can catch every Thursday and Friday that we do this, because sometimes we do miss a week, but you'll know if you're subscribed to the channel. They're always scheduled in advance.
Usually scheduled in advance. Well, I mean, if 2 hours before the stream also counts as advance, then yes. Today they might have been a little bit late in scheduling.
Okay, and that deals in. Mamiya catches. This ends Rai's run, but she doesn't get the points from Rai. She gets them from Kinoshita, who is nonplussed. She's not very happy about that. Down to minus 3,500. Mamiya is holding on there. I mean, still Sakae doesn't... It's still tough, but you play out what you can play out, I think. There's been a lot of talk about what to do when your team is really at the end there, but when you have to play like 6 or 7 games, you know, what are you going to do?
Says actually one of the shorter days. The pros are only playing 3 games total for each team today. And since a lot of times they switch out, it only ends up being one or 2 games for each player. It's a lighter day as far as professional games go. Usually you pay 4 to 8 hunchon in one day.
A pair of Souths here. Or Rai. They're not her wind, and we're still in East 4. So it is just a pair, really. Kinoshita might be able to catch a Yakuman to get her right back in this game. She seems to be 2 away from the 4 concealed, the Suanko. That pawn steals one of Kinoshita's draws, though. That's not going to feel good. Out comes a South. Yeah, it's not called. Kinoshita is a little bit closer to just making a regular hand, though. She might go for that. We'll see, though. She's at the point total where a Yakuman would be really impactful for her. Get her all the way up into second. Another triplet! So this is Tenpai, technically. The weight is not good. There is value, though. It is Tanyao. It's all simples. So she doesn't want to take it, though. She is still looking at the Yakuman.
Also, the weight is poor. She just kind of got burned on a poor weight the hand before.
Right.
She might be
That's
a little
fair.
bit cautious about that.
Fair point there. I mean, she can still win. She still has all
Green Dragon
simples.
tripled up.
That
for
is
Mamiya.
pretty nice. And our Dora here is right in the middle. It's the 5-pin. You can see Suzuki as the dealer just holding on to it. Oh, a 4-pin? That's an opportunity to use 5-pin, maybe in a final weight or something. She's thinking about it a lot. Yep, she's going to do it. Out comes 7-mon, but 7-mon before 5-mon. Interesting. Yeah, 7-8, so looks interesting, but Mamiya doesn't like it. Is that... It's a pair of 6-mon! Still not Tenpai, though. But that finally convinces Suzuki to discard the floating 5-so. I'm not sure where that 5-so came from. I don't remember seeing it in Suzuki's hand before that. Wait a minute.
It's just hanging out in the middle, blending in.
Yeah. Whole pair of 5s! Okay, this is not quite there yet, but on a sumo, on a self-draw, it's going to be 3 concealed triplets at least. That's not bad. Mamiya's...
If she can get Ipatsu, it could be Hanemon.
Right. Yeah, Mamiya is not shy either, though. She's got 2 Dora in her hand, and she's not letting this go quite yet.
It is still the East round, so any points for Kinoshita is going to be helpful in coming to her next dealership.
Okay, looks like Suzuki's out. Even in the dealer position, she doesn't think her hand has the firepower to compete with Kinoshita's reach. I wonder if anybody notices how close Mamiya is to Tenpai. She's generally only been discarding safe tiles since the Riichi, so it's a little bit camouflaged. This is still not Tenpai, yep. Suzuki's not going to risk it here.
She gets rid of the 6 that would have been Kinoshita's weight if she had reached in the first place.
Right. Rai, with her huge lead, is not going to risk anything either.
If Suzuki had kept that 3 down, we could have had a 3 concealed triples battle.
That's what
Like
they
Fox
say.
and Socks book.
If you
read
have
the Fox and Socks?
Fox and Socks.
The Fox in Socks book.
No, I have not.
It's a tongue twister book. So it has things like that. 3 concealed triple battle. They have Tweedle Beetles and Tweedle Beetles battle, and when Tweedle Beetles battle in a puddle, it's a Tweedle Beetle puddle battle. Things like that.
I see
That's
you
what I thought
you
when I
read it
did.
a lot. You're very
A lot.
practiced.
Yes. So if you when you say you have a 3 concealed triple battle, it reminds me of the Tweedle Beetle battles.
The Tweedle Beetle battles. Send in your tongue twisters, and Jenn can perform them.
Yeah, we can do tongue twister shorts. I'll do it if somebody sends them in.
Oh,
Also, enter
4.
for the book giveaway. Enter
That's
for the
right.
book giveaway.
Book giveaway. If you're subscribed, you'd like to win Jenn's recent release, Her second edition of Riichi Mahjong, the only way to play. Good for beginners, good for intermediates, even good for experts trying to become pros. There's even a section on taking pro tests from our JPML professional here, Jenn. Enter for your chance to win. She will ship it anywhere in the world.
Yeah, anywhere that
That
post office delivers to.
that can be shipped.
Yes.
Okay, yeah, so there might be a couple restrictions. But
If it
generally,
can't work with it, yeah, we'll figure out a way.
it looks
Is there a
like
section on Yakuman chasing? Maybe, Fluffy, not sure.
it looks like we
I can't
might
remember.
just be at the end of the wall here.
Yeah, just 2 more draws.
Mamiya decided it was a little too unsafe to keep going against the Riichi. And Suzuki and Rai were folding from the beginning anyway. So no 3 concealed triplets.
Look, there's Jenn. Do you
for
see Jenn?
Kinoshita. There she is! The mask is hiding everything.
I forgot I had a dream that my hair changed color, so I forgot that was me.
Jenn cameo. We knew it just took Jenn to come on screen for us to see the Jenn cameo there.
Alright, Kinoshita gathers some points.
Yep. And the
I mean,
dealer.
people in the chat just like waiting, hoping, cheering for her to get
This
just
is
out of
good.
negative.
Yeah, this is a
She's
good
close.
opening hand for Kinoshita. She had a good one her last dealer. It didn't work out that time, but perhaps it'll work out this time. Our other players don't seem to have that great of hands this time, so maybe this is Kinoshita's chance to score some points. I have to double check how many copies of 7-mon she has. 7-mon being the Dora here. I think she has at least 1.
Can't have more than 4.
True. She has 3. She has 3 copies of the 7-mon. This is an absolute monster for Kinoshita.
One of the people who can only count to 4, and Mahjong's a great game for you. There's only 4 copies of each tile. I can only count to 4.
Oh no. Oh no. She's starting it again.
I can't ever stop it, I don't think, ever in my whole life. That song is stuck in my head indefinitely.
Now, Jenn will sing all the weird songs at karaoke.
I don't think they have hard metal parody songs at my karaoke place.
A lot of the karaoke places allow you to load something up off YouTube nowadays.
Oh, interesting. Not here.
Mm.
Not that I've seen, at least, maybe.
Another Dora, but this one comes to Suzuki. She can't quite use it yet, but if she gets an 8-mon, she can. 8-mon are in short supply, though. Just about all of our players have one, except for Suzuki. Oh, Mamiya doesn't have one. But she's very close to Tenpai herself. Rai gets closer with that pair of white dragons.
Here again on Kinoshita's hand, she has... It's kind of an awkward shape where see, now she's going to have too many...
Yeah, she has too many runs.
Groups, yeah. So she gets rid of what would count as like a side weight. It does connect to make it an open-ended weight with the 4-7, but she's already using one, so she chooses to keep the 2 open-endeds that she's not using any tiles for yet.
Yeah, Mamiya had the chance at first Tenpai, but she didn't take it. Didn't like her Tenpai. So still nobody Tenpai yet. And in fact, that's going to give first Tenpai to Kinoshita. Dealer Reach, Pinfu, 3 Dora. Is it a comeback hand? That leaves Mamiya on the defensive, and she's going to move slowly here. Not striking directly at the Riichi. Very dangerous.
Don't look directly at it. Put your sunglasses on for this reach.
Do you have any players that wore sunglasses indoors?
There's one JPML player who wears sunglasses, and I think there's one Sakae Sen player, but they're both like older guys. I think the younger people are generally would be told they're not allowed, but these are both like members that they're so senior that nobody would ever dare to tell them no.
I see. So one thing I noticed, there was at one point, I played against the player that wore sunglasses indoors, but the sunglasses were so glossy that if you're at the right angle, you could actually see his own tiles when he was looking at it. It was like he put a mirror on himself. I always wonder with the poker players, right? Because it's a lot more popular for poker players to wear the sunglasses indoors if they ever reveal their cards off their sunglasses.
Yeah. So the guys in Mahjong in Japan who wear sunglasses, they're not that, they're not like black sunglasses. They're like just tinted prescription glasses.
I see.
I don't know if they're prescription. They're presenting them as prescription
Right.
glasses. I was thinking about getting some too because I have glasses and prescription, but I can't find a single pair of glasses that look good on me, so I thought maybe if I got some tinted like sunglass type ones, I could start to look like a cool older lady pretty soon.
So I had the transition lenses at one point. It was honestly kind of a pain because I'd go inside and I'd be waiting for them to untint.
Right.
I don't even know how they do it, honestly. It's some magical technology, but it takes a while.
What about the flip up ones?
The flip up ones? I don't know. You might lose the cool factor. The flip up ones make you look like a scientist. You might be cute. It might be like
Are we in a and Kinoshita takes all of the Tenpai fees again? This should put her just barely into the positives. We did it.
Chat.
There's more Jenn in the background.
Chat willed it into happening. Thanks for your subscriptions. Told you they work. I think that was the most words I've seen on the Mahjong table. She seemed to say a lot after that draw. Of course, the audio is muted, so I'm not completely sure what she said.
But maybe there was one point when they were also asking about the time. And if there was a time display, which there's not for the broadcast table. There's just a guy that keeps track of the time.
Oh, so you have to ask him for the time, I guess.
Yeah, the other tables, there's a timer actually on the table because each table starts separately.
I see.
So most pro tournaments, you have like 50 minutes for each game. But if you finish one game early, you can use that time bank for the next game. And they only start the timer at the slowest table. But in Yukan Fuji, each table times its own games.
Right.
So there's 80 minutes only allowed for each game, and you don't get an extra time bank or anything.
Well, sounds like they get an extra 30 minutes anyway. But I don't know if you said normally games are 50 minutes and they get 80.
Oh,
sounds like they have an extra 30 minutes anyway. I still feel like 50 minutes, it just feels really short, especially the games we've watched. I don't think any of them has finished in under 50 minutes.
True, they play we had one game that was like 45, but they play so much slower on the broadcast table. I think, yeah, some of them are only 45 plus one hand.
Those are some...
But usually in WRC League we finish, and WRC R League. JPML evening leagues that we have.
Kinoshita is going to discard the 9-mon here, keeping the pair of 8-mon Dora. And we can see Suzuki really likes pairs. Oh, but that's a triplet. We'll see what she does with that. Maybe a Yakuman is in order. She is also pretty far behind on this table. And, you know, unlike Mamiya's team, Sakae, Suzuki is definitely within striking range of first place. Oh, another triplet! Still 2 away, though, because she's missing her 5th pair, I believe.
So at what point does she start to call? That's always the question.
Right.
How long do you hold out for the 4 concealed triples?
Yeah, actually, the rest of our players aren't that fast, but I wonder if how much you know. 3? 3? Is she gonna get the Tanki? Is she going to get the Tanki? I think she's waiting for Dora, right? 5-mon or 8-mon?
Yeah.
So I wonder if she would win on 5-mon here. She'll probably win if Dora comes out.
I mean, yeah, she took.
Oh, a con! Immediately.
Got a con. There it is. Instacon.
She took the tiles out one at a time. No, it's not there. That's not temp. I mean, it is tempai, but it's not the. It's not the winning tile. It's not the Suanko tempai.
Yeah. The Yakuman I got this season was one on the Rinshan, on the supplementary draw after con.
Ooh, that's
I got
very beautiful.
Yeah, big dragons. My first session.
That's pair 5 now. For Kinoshita. Maybe she goes for pairs. Does she actually cut 7, 8, 9 here? And even go for the half flush? She needs points as well. No, she's not gonna go for it. But it deals out with the Dora. Yeah, it's a pretty bold discard to strike with Dora. I mean, this is at least 3 concealed triplets, so it's still a reasonable amount of points. But yeah, I wonder what made her discard Dora on that one. I guess it just has to be an efficiency thing at that point.
Yeah, that hurts. Now Kinoshita's back in the negatives. We need more likes. More likes.
What was I going to say?
It's only 11. If we get to 15, maybe she'll get out of the negatives.
What was I going to say about Kinoshita? Oh, yeah, with the half flush, it might have all worked out there. But the high speed there, and sometimes when somebody cons and there are more Dora on the board, sometimes you don't treat the Dora as scared as you would because there's just so many of them.
Yeah, sometimes you just can't. You don't have the capacity to protect every single Dora.
There's so many Dora. Although I think usually you want to prioritize the initial Dora because players have had more time to work around that than the new con Dora.
Depend on the board, and there's
if
you have red 5s and how you're using the red 5s and things like that.
Right. We don't have to deal with those here on this table. Haven't seen any red 5s. In the first game, Chiral and Gemma were saying, you know, Mangan doesn't feel like that big of a hand, but I think on the tables without red 5s, it really does feel like a big hand.
Yeah, the Mondo and WRC rules definitely Mangan or more is basically a monster.
But you know,
5,000 or more is a big hand.
If you're looking at this game in particular, Mangan does not feel like a big hand.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like it, but that's just because Nai got really big hands, and she has another big hand brewing right here. This is one away from 4 concealed triples.
One away from Suanko, the 4 concealed triples. Yep.
And I'm sure that she will call to tempo.
Yes, she's already too far ahead for that. Although, to be fair, her team needs even more points, right? So.
Oh, there's some. That's a lot of flexibility.
She's gonna keep it.
Yep, she has possibilities for double sequences, twin sequences.
Yeah, maybe even twice Twice twin sequences. Double twin Ryanpeiko, the double.
They were talking about that during the last game as well.
Yes, exactly.
This is kind of a one away, but Mamiya decided to get rid of this sideway.
Alright, we've got a fight here from Suzuki. Your half flush. She's connected with the red dragon now for a pair. So this is a close match.
Traded it for another sideway.
Oh, Tenpai! But she can't use the red dragon. I mean, she can call it, and she'd still be Tenpai, but it would be a worse weight.
Kinoshita reaches again.
Kinoshita.
She is a reaching machine.
She's really giving it her all here, trying to get out of the negative zone. No call is made here. She thought about calling for a while, I guess.
Before concealed triples Tenpai, and she takes it.
Oh, no Riichi, though.
No reach. We have 2 other Tenpais on the table.
No!
And Kinoshita gets a hand.
Kinoshita has...
Reach Ippatsu only.
Yeah, I think it might be Pinfu. Can't see. Yeah, I think it's actually Pinfu and Tanyao as well. Or maybe Pinfu with 1 Dora.
Oh yeah, 8,000 points.
Yep.
Riichi Patsu Pinfu Tanyao. Mentan Pinpatsu. That's a fast way to say it in Japanese. Mentan Pinpatsu.
Mentan Pinpatsu.
Men. So the men and that means reach. Yeah.
Menzen Riichi. Mentan Pinpatsu.
Mentan Pin Ippatsu.
Oh, I thought that was shortened.
No, Ippatsu is not usually short.
But that's a tongue twister.
Are you distinguishing, or are you just saying whichever one you can?
I'm trying. I'm distinguishing.
Okay.
All right.
I couldn't tell.
So Rai here is drinking water. You gotta stay hydrated. That's one of the biggest mistakes. When you come down near the end and you think you can just push through a little bit more, you already have such a big lead. Make sure to take that sip of water to keep your head clear and calm.
Actually, in this room, only water is allowed. Water and sparkling water. You're not allowed to have any sports drinks or energy drinks or coffees.
Just imagine all the machinery right there.
Well, the thing is, yeah, so we are always playing on auto tables, and in normal league games, you can have any kind of drink you want. But in the studio room with all the cameras and cables and stuff, they only allow water.
Yeah, there's even more machinery. Oh, she doesn't want the pair of green dragons. I guess there is one on the table, but still, it's a pair. Kinoshita has been playing very aggressively here. I mean, her team is in the lead. I wonder why she doesn't like the pair of green dragons. Is there another one that I'm missing? Yeah, maybe she just doesn't like the odds when there's only one left. It's kind of paying off. She's getting a lot of middle tiles here. Sounds like Jenn was drinking water as well.
No, I was thinking
Actually,
I was thinking about because I'm sure it's because she's going for some sort of value, but if she has the pair of souths, then
right. No, I do see another green dragon on the table just to the left of her.
There's one.
This guy, but that means she probably should have been able to call it, and I guess she didn't want to.
Yeah, I think maybe she's definitely going for like a reach value.
Right.
Yeah. So with the south, she still has only doesn't see any other ones. So.
Welcome south. She's not gonna call that one either.
Yeah,
going big.
Now she's deciding whether she wants to get rid of the south, like she did the green dragon, probably. She'll keep it for at least a few more turns.
One away here now for Rai. She's gonna have another big dealer turn. Is that what we're gonna see?
There's a comment in the chat, possibly discarding the green dragon for safety, but I don't think usually in turn 4 and 5 in pro matches, you're almost never thinking about safety. If you want to use it for safety, you're going to keep it a little bit longer for later in the hand when things are more dangerous. So I don't think in this particular case, I think this particular she wanted to make a reach hand for value.
Yeah, so Mamiya is the first one to tempai here, but our other players are all one away, so not very far behind. Make that tempai. Suzuki could be the second. She's not going to reach though. No Yaku, can't win on Roan. We'll have to sumo it for now. Or make a better weight. A little bit of a switch up here. Mamiya is still sitting on those 2 Dora, trying to catch a sneaky win before anybody else can steal it from her. Suzuki looking for probably mixed triples. The Shnjuku, the 5, 6, 7. Where are these 7 man that Mamiya is looking for? There's one here. That's a weight switch, but not good enough for Suzuki. It's not the mixed triple sequence she was looking for.
Yeah, and also not a better weight necessarily.
Is South? Is it called? It is called. Okay. So last
it's getting
hand.
a little bit too late now, so
Yeah.
I think it's earlier in the hand. She'll discard those green dragons, like hoping for reach, and she did get to 1 away.
Yeah.
But she couldn't fill in that 8 dot, so now she'll pawn there. She'll probably take the win if it comes out, but I think this is more of a call for K10 or for Tempai in case there's an exhaustive draw.
This is a tough draw here. Kinoshita has been playing very aggressively though. You saw the Dora discard in the previous hand. Not the previous hand, but a few hands ago that cost her a lot of points. And so she's going to continue to stick to her guns though. Out comes the 5 man. It doesn't deal in this time. Sometimes it deals in, sometimes it doesn't. So she maintains her tempai and Suzuki leaves tempai. So Suzuki is out. Kinoshita and Mamiya are duelists, are warriors in this hand.
Yeah, Suzuki's watching the other discards and seeing some dangerous things coming out and saying, all right, that means your hand is probably better than mine, so I'll clear the way.
Mamiya is not quitting. And Rai is...
Rai.
This is tempai. Yeah, Rai is in now. 3 pin.
If she didn't have so many points, I'd call it a Hail Mary reach, but I'm not sure what you call that when you're way far ahead in first place.
She's trying to stop these other players. Make them drop their hand. Yeah, the 8 pin is hard for Kinoshita to get because Rai has 2 of them. Kinoshita cutting the 5 out of the middle seems to be the safest of her options. Tough discard for Mamiya. Well, tough draw. Hard to discard the 5 pin back in. She does it though. She's going for it.
Yeah, she's kind of...
Oh, 7 man! It pays off! Immediately catching points from first place. I mean, Mamiya doesn't look too happy about the win. I think it's mostly her team's score. But she gets it. We get to move to South 4 here.
Yeah, she gets herself in a much better position to hang on to second place and a positive score. Although, yeah, with the overall team score, it just barely barely a drop in the bucket.
Exactly. She's just doing whatever she can. This is their second last session, right? And you said this is a short session, so I think it's only 3 more games for them after this session.
Yeah, 3 or 6. And Mamiya also in the individual race, very far down in the negatives, minus 247.7 just alone. So she's accounting for most of that team score.
Suzuki here looking to make a big statement on her final dealer turn. She's got the half-low. She's got the pair of Souths. Unfortunately for her, Kinoshita sitting in the South seat also has a pair of Souths. Not going to be very willing to give those up. It's
Now,
gonna.
Suzuki, until this game, was in 9th place in the individual race. The top 30 or so get a chance at the playoffs.
Hmm.
The top, like, 9 or no, maybe the top 11 or so actually go directly to the playoffs. And there's some other, preliminary rounds that the other players have to play.
Right, so Suzuki calls her West, which are not worth anything on their own, but they'll get her closer to Tenpai with her half flush hand. 7-9 here for Rai. That's an improvement. She's 2 away now. No, she's just gonna quit. She's just out of the hand.
Yeah, she has no reason to push against anything. Suzuki, on the other hand, when I was talking about the individual race, she really wants to get a positive here to keep her position. And
Right.
like any negative, they're so close in the top there that any big negative might get her out of the playoffs.
And
just
Mamiya
with
is
one
getting
game.
closer. Mamiya is getting closer. You can see Suzuki has that extra south that hasn't paired up for her. Kinoshita really waiting to get it. Although even if Kinoshita calls the south, would she be having enough points to overtake Suzuki? It would be difficult, I think. But it's hard to let double south pass. Kan tile is sitting there for a while. She uses it now. Not the worst draw, but not the best one either. Going to keep the
Yeah,
south
she
in
had
hand.
it. She had it actually when she pawned.
Yes.
She chose to pawn instead of con.
Yeah, she's been holding it for a while there. 7-8-9 mixed triples? I don't think Rai's gonna look for that. She's been folding already. That'd be such a long shot. Thinking about fake thinking about the call. She couldn't actually call that tile. You know, but
Might
she
have
took a little bit
been,
of a pause.
I've been just thinking about strategy and maybe sometimes we don't notice it's our turn and we say, "Oh, me?"
The old sumimasen. Oh, out comes the south. This is a nice tempai. No call. Yeah, I think Kinoshita realizes there's no way to score enough points after calling the south. Plus, with the condor on the table, that's more uradora if Kinoshita can get the tempai closed and Riichi. But she's really running out of time. Suzuki's hand is really good.
It's a 147 weight, of which Mamiya has 3 of. And Rai has 2 of.
Yeah.
And she's using 5 herself. So that's 10 of the 12 tiles that we can see.
Oh, another one!
Oh, there's another one stuck in hand. So there's just one left? Or is it any on the board?
Chance to
I don't see
switch
any
to
on
the Sanzo weight. No, she's gonna go for Toy. All triplets. 1-so, 5-so. Going for big points here. That's a Dora! I mean, she's got the 7 pairs turnaround here. Yeah, she's gonna go for it.
Yeah.
And Mamiya kind of folding? Not completely, but definitely moving slowly. Moving back in Shanten. Moving away from Tempai.
So Suzuki knows that. I think she can probably tell that other players are not quite Tenpai. You don't necessarily know for sure, but you can kind of tell by the way people are discarding that they're probably not Tenpai yet. So
Right.
she can take.
That would have been a win.
3-6.
But
So
she's
she can
going
take
for
this
more.
expensive weight and hope and know that if it ends in a draw, she can be dealer one more time.
Right. I don't know if there's any tiles left in the wall for Suzuki, though. I think they're all drawn by our other players.
Yeah, I would have.
Oh, no, that was the last one.
Actually.
That was the last one. Ooh. 3 Dora here
The
for
third Dora for
Rai.
Rai, they came right at the end.
But she's been folding from the beginning of the match, so it's not going to happen for her.
I think I would have liked the 3-6 weight just because that 4 bamboo that Suzuki had is kind of like a wall.
Yeah, she really wanted the mangan though.
Yeah, and
'Cause
we
it
got a
was-
tempai for Mamiya too.
Wait. Oh, that was almost Tempai for Rai as well, but not quite.
Yeah, she'd already discarded the 4 dots, so
I think we're almost
gonna get
done
tough.
here. Maybe
Yeah,
this is the
Kinoshita does
last
not
one.
tempai. That's the last one since there was a con.
Yeah.
So we'll play one more all last hand. Suzuki as dealer.
Kinoshita falls 3,000 points behind Suzuki on that one with her minus 1,500 to Suzuki's plus 1,500. Still within Mangan sumo range, but now she can't just Mangan anybody. It has to be a sumo or direct hit on Suzuki to overtake. See, Suzuki opens. Is that a pair of south? Huh, that's not bad. Pair of west as well? And a Dora. Okay. Doesn't look too... Whoa, a pair of nines as well. Kinoshita does not have a pair of south, but she has a pair of green. But she needs more than that. Rai holding one
Even
Dora.
further away from Suzuki now with being
Yeah.
not being tempai and Suzuki being
Yes.
tempai. Increase their difference by 3,000 points.
Jenn stealing my homework.
Did you say that and I repeated it? I'm sorry.
Oh, 8, so huge draw for Kinoshita. This is her chance to get that closed hand she's looking for. But even a closed hand here doesn't guarantee Mangan. She really doesn't have much value. She maybe has one Dora in 8-pin. And even that's a bit of a maybe. Yeah, she's not going to call the green dragon here. Yeah, it doesn't seem like she's going to get 8-pin Dora here.
So Kinoshita personally doesn't really have a shot at the individual race, so she's playing mostly for her team at this point. And since her team is in first place, I know she's trying to go for hands with more value, but I think strategy-wise, just anything that can win the hand and end Suzuki's deal is actually worth winning here.
I wonder if she should have called the green dragon then.
I think maybe, yeah.
The Uma points though, still pretty reasonable. That minus 20 being lowered to a minus 10 if she can catch up and overtake Suzuki.
I don't know. I think that the risk of just losing more points and Rai reaches more points as
Korea.
continues as dealers is a bigger negative.
Suzuki won away, but she's gonna have to Riichi now with the way she discarded. Unless she can call a south here from Kinoshita, will Kinoshita discard it?
I mean, at this point, I might just be like, okay, Rai or Tempai, go ahead and try and win. Just don't win off me.
Yeah, Mamiya got Tempai there.
And
It
she
went
does.
Dama 10, but Mamiya dealt in on that. And that's Ipatsu. Rai scores again. That's a lot of points. I think that's Mangan. I didn't see the Uradora. Yeah, Mangan. So congratulations to Rai. Not the 100,000 she was on pace for at the end of the first.
84.8 positive.
But still
Ow.
huge.
Mamiya minus 2.7 with only 17,300. She was positive for a little while, but Kinoshita
Right.
in fourth place minus 51.6. Suzuki had a minus 30.5 if you missed it. It was a pretty quick transition there, but
Rai raised her hand at the
players-
end of that game. Wonder what she was asking about.
I think it was, so when we finish the game, we usually decide seats. Even if you're not playing the next game, you decide the seat for your team before
I
everybody
see.
leaves the table. So,
Well.
yeah, it's probably just to make clarifications on that point.
Makes sense to me. That is game number 2. I have a surprise for all of you at home. I also have a surprise here on the stream. And that surprise is that we're also the Game 3 commentators today. Because
Did
Gemma's...
you see the change in the screens? The 2 switched to a 3. It's like
Boop.
magic.
Yeah, you gotta play Exit 8. You gotta play Exit 8 to be really good at noticing those changes.
I did play that on screen. That was a tough game, depending on your screen. It's really hard to see some of the anomalies. But the anomaly in our screen is that Game 2 and Game 3 commentators are the same. It doesn't happen very much in our Yukan Fuji broadcasts.
So hello once again. It's Tipzntrix and mahjongjen
Yo!
on the mic. Oh, you've got the hat. You've got the rapper's hat. Actually, that's a Seahawks hat, isn't it?
All my hats are Seahawks hats. Almost.
But since you're already accustomed and familiar with our commentators, we'll go right to our players here for Game 3. So, looks like we have some repeat players. However, our first dealer, Suzuka Mochizuki, is new for today for Mahjong Endorphin. Our South Seat, Sakura Rai, you just saw her score 70,000 plus points, so she's going to try her luck again against Satone Nishizawa for Team Riichi Mahjong Sakae in the West Seat, and the current M-Leaguer Akina Mizuhara for Team Trinity in the North Seat.
Shizawa, her name is West, and she's sitting in the West Seat.
That's the power up.
Yes.
Wonder if she, I guess you can't request it because it's all done randomly. It's all done with the seating roll, right?
Yeah. Can we take actually quick, like maybe 3-minute break real quick before we start the next game?
All right. We will take a short break here. We'll see you
Sorry,
guys
one thing I need to tend to, and I'll be right back.
All right. In just a little bit. Don't go anywhere. All right. Just a short break, and we have returned. I told you not to go anywhere. So let's hope you're all here with us for the beginning of Game 3, because it's going to start right now. So everyone taking about, about 3 bows. What happened? How come she made 3 bows?
Like, we actually were using the slim score today. And, most people had never used it before, so we had to kind of figure out where to push the buttons as you do when you're on a new auto table that you've never used before. I don't think that was the case here, but
Does that mean you have to bow exactly when you push the button?
I don't know. I guess some people will when they push the button.
Comes naturally.
Or
When you lean over to push the button, you just bow at the same time.
if you felt like you were a bit early, then you might do it again to more like, like sumo, you have to put your hands down at the exact same time.
Right.
As you restart, so maybe there's some of that kind of sentiment there. Hit the like button, everybody.
Yeah.
Please.
If you
We can probably
appreciate
get at least 3 more likes.
Woo! We are running it up here. Oh, Mizuhara is 1 away, I think. 1 or 2. Very close. Looks like our other players here not as lucky. Nishizawa, pretty close, but not quite as close. Oh, sorry, no, it's Mochizuki. That is 1 away now. Mizuhara is a little bit further. Kanji are a little bit similar in their name. So I mistook them. Oh, a little flip. That flip was cool. I want to be able to do that flip.
You can watch the replay. The VOD will stay up.
That's right.
So you can always come back and watch the replay as many times as you'd like. Learn how to do the little flip.
1 away here for Mochizuki. Changing her 1 away to be a little more efficient. Looks like Rai is also 1 away now. Nishizawa getting very close as well. Mizuhara stuck with a little bit of extra junk in her hand here.
Shizuki looking not only to get more points for her endorphin team, but also she's in the negative in the individual race, so maybe hoping to gain a few points, sneak in a few points before the end of the season. Originally from Miyagi Prefecture in Kyushu. Oh, no. No. That'd be Sendai, up in Tohoku, sorry.
Oh.
That's Miyazaki.
Riichi! Hey, not bad. Nishizawa with a 2-sided weight, not Pinfu because of the triplet in her hand. So not much value there, but you never know when you can flip Ura 3 from your Riichi. You never count those hands out. Rai is going to move towards a full straight, 1 to 9, the Itsu. We'll see if she's willing to push dangerous tiles to make it. This is Tenpai. It's not a great hand for Mochizuki, but she is the dealer. A little bit scared of that 3-pin. Yeah, she's not going to go after it right now.
She drew the last draw that she discarded the 1 and ended her open-ended for her Manzu, for her characters.
3-5-7. Mizuhara is going to discard the 7 to stay safe against the Riichi. Out comes the 3-pin now. Bloop. Because it's Tsuji to the 6-pin that the Riichi player discarded. Oh, another 6-pin, this time in Mizuhara's hand. She's going to hold on to it for now, though. Whoa, here we go. Counter Riichi from Mochizuki. She's going to go for it with this hand. We'll see what Rai does. Very tricky spot. Still 1 away from Tenpai, but with 2 Riichis on the table, this has to be a big problem. Well, her finger's pointing to her mask. Her finger's pointing to her mask. She's thinking. And, of course, 2 of our players just drawing and discarding immediately, whether it's Doro or not, because they're in Riichi.
Once you reach, you cannot change anything in your hand. Except possibly to Khan. But
that's a
Mochizuki will
win.
draw her winner.
Mochizuki made it happen. Started with a bad weight, had a dangerous tile.
Did you see the strategic flipping of the would have been Condor? I accidentally, very accidentally saw that it was
Oopsie.
it's an oopsie.
I see. Yeah, so Mochizuki is going to work on this next dealer turn. She actually worked at a Mahjong parlor back in her hometown before moving to Tokyo to work at Mahjong parlor again. She tends to play either offensively or defensively, at least according to her own account. So she doesn't like to play in between, sort of the wishy-washy kind of style. She says she tends to play full offense or full defense. But we did see a little bit of Mawashi there, like playing in between offense and defense. So she was not willing to discard the 3-pin until the Riichi player discarded 6-pin. The
Right.
Suji tile, yeah. So maybe she's changed since she wrote for the bio.
And that is getting a first place here for Mochizuki's team would be massive, because it would put them within just basically one first place of taking over Trinity. And when we started Trinity at over 300, they were really far. It looked like nobody was ever going to catch up to them. So kind of crazy how close they've come so far.
Yep, Rai put up a huge score in the second round. And well, Mochizuki's in first place right now, as you said. It's still only East 1. So there's still a long way to go, but if she can pull this off, definitely Team Endorphin will be within reach come the final session next week or 2 weeks, whenever it happens. Maybe 3 weeks, I think, considering some of the teams get buys.
Yeah, so there are 3 more sessions total after today. And so some will be already finishing up today or next week.
Mochizuki reach! Not Pinfu. She is on the triplet weight, the double triplet weight, Shampon. But she does have a double sequence. She has the twin sequences in hand, the Ipeko. So still some value here. And she's also the dealer, so that's even more value.
I'm gonna go ahead and check the schedule real quick so we can be totally
Yeah, Mizuhara's hand improved there, but just in time for Mochizuki to actually win straight up. Gets the sumo for an extra Han as well, so that's a lot of points actually for Mochizuki. Sumo on the edge weight, the 1-pin. So a lot of fu, but still not enough to actually reach the next border, because fu goes up by every 10 that you get. Well, it rounds up to the next 10. So she just barely didn't make 32 fu, which would have rounded up to 40, but stopped on 30 fu. Very close to another couple thousand points there.
Group 13 will have a bye next session and next week and next month, and all of the groups will play on the final day on session 16.
All right.
So no matter where they have buys, everybody will play on the last day. So that's going to sort of hedge the advantage that other players would have seeing the individual standings and things
Right.
before going into the last game.
Makes
the last
a lot
day.
of sense. So one more session after this, either 3 or 6 games. Probably 3 if there's like every team playing.
It's just 3. Each team only
Yes.
plays 3 games for each session. So
Yes.
this could be the last game for some of these players.
And for the individual scores, that matters a lot.
Right, so they can play extra if they think they need to gain some more points. Or in tomorrow's broadcast, one player who was very close to the individual playoffs actually played, I think, 12 games, her 11th and 12th games, so she could try and move her ranking up in the individual. So we'll see that tomorrow. And that's what we'll see going into the last 3 sessions that we broadcast after today as well.
Yeah, coming back to this game, Rise in Tenpai. Once again, she hasn't had it going this third game yet, but if she can just keep the flow from her second game going. Here she comes with the very early Riichi. Good weight, Pinfu, decent shapes. See if it works out for her. Other players so far not contesting it. And now, okay, that's a little bit more of a contest. That's pretty close to the Dora. So we might see Nishizawa fighting for this win. Oh, a 7 even. It's still not Tenpai though. And that's kind of the wrong shape that she wanted. That's not the shape she was looking for. Maybe it's good enough.
Happier with the pair,
No,
but
it doesn't want it.
Tile. Yeah, it was the reach declaration tile, so she'll just keep going for the pairs. Or we call it vertical pairing instead of horizontal pairing.
Yeah, I mean, Rai is actually waiting for the 4-mon and the 7-mon that Nishizawa are holding on to here. Nishizawa is holding on to here.
So when you pair things up or triple things up, we call it vertical stacking.
Oh.
And when you make sequences, we call it horizontal. In
Pairs
Japanese.
only now. She's not going to go for Suanko for the all triplets. The 4 concealed triplets. She's cutting down to 5 pairs, going for Chitoitsu 7 pairs only. That's it? No, that's not. I thought it was an 8. It's a 6, and she actually destroys another pair. So it looks like she's out of the hand. Mizuhara, on the other hand, putting a Riichi stick down.
Showing off that M-League aggression.
Yeah, the Riichi stick is blue, just like the Pirates. A big win for her right here. 2-5 pin. And just missed the Urodora. But unfortunate for Rai. Pardon?
Do y'all remember how to say that quickly?
Mentam pin pots.
No, not pots.
Pots.
You're not cooking. You're not
Pots.
cooking soup.
I'm making it. Mentam pin pots. Fine. Mentam pin pots.
There, that's better.
I'm gonna say pots. I'm saying pots.
Okay, if you want to hear Tips say pots, go to his Tuesday stream on Twitch.
And then I can ding the pots together into the microphone.
Sounds like you're making multiple types of soup.
It's the Mentan pin pots. Mizuhara looking at a very strange hand here. A lot of honors, but a lot of open-ended or two-sided middle shapes as well. So pulled halfway in both directions. Honestly, Nishizawa has a very similar hand. Hands are not looking too great overall. Mochizuki might be able to just pull out with a very quick red dragon or a chun hand only. There it goes. It's called. So Mochizuki is going to go for that. Only one Han here, but she is already winning, so perhaps speed is of the utmost priority. Nishizawa is starting to get closer. Mizuhara is not, though. A 6-7. Very interesting draw. Yep, Mochizuki's just going to use that shape. It's an open-ended weight, a little bit better than her other weight. Her inside weight. A lot of options for Rai here.
Yeah. Kind of too many groups.
Does she discard Dora? That's the big question. Out it goes! Nobody calls it, so she gets away with one here.
Yeah, rid of it early before anyone will take it from you.
Yeah. It's already
one
even a little
strategy.
bit late. But fortunately for her, nobody has a
3
pair.
2s in a row for Mizuhara.
Mochizuki still one away, but a vastly wider acceptance now.
I think Mizuhara is just folding from the get-go, basically.
Yeah, I mean, her hand was really not good.
Yeah,
Right?
Mochizuki's already shortened her hand.
Okay, I mean, that's a 1-2-3 for Mizuhara, and that actually gives up the tile that Mochizuki
Again?
needed.
Yeah, now waiting for the 8-5 bamboo for Mochizuki.
Oh, Rai connects, but still one away from Tenpai. Just a little bit slower than Mochizuki here. We'll see if she can catch up soon.
I mean, Mochizuki didn't really have a lot of options to make her hand expensive, so she just went for the fastest hand possible. Got Kawashite kind of
Got it!
Just make sure nobody else gets points, even if you can't get very many. 300, 500. 300 from non-dealers, 500 from the dealer.
It's a good idea when you don't have other options. And her calculated play is going to move the game forward with her in the lead once again. One round closer to ending and 1,000 more points. And technically like 1,100, but who's counting?
Once you're in first place, you don't want anybody else to continue their dealership.
Right.
Especially the people who have more points. So when it gets to Mizuhara's turn, we might find her
Whoa,
even more.
5 dragons. 5 dragon open for Nishizawa. 2 pairs and 1 singlet. Okay, make that a triplet. Oh, is she gonna give up? No, she doesn't give up yet. Out comes the red.
I mean, normally you would want to discard the Dora, the 9 dot there, but it's a Dora, so you can't.
Out comes another red. Oh, it's not looking good for Nishizawa.
It just means the third one will come out. You just gotta hurry up and get the white one.
Yeah, there's one of them here in Mochizuki's hand. We'll see if she's willing to discard it. Oh, green? Nope, that's a safe tile for later. Rai's gonna go with the west. Wait, green is not the safe tile. The white is the one that has been called. So I guess she was scared of dealing it out too quickly. Definitely that was the tile that Nishizawa is looking for. That green dragon. Right, almost to reach for the green dragon again, but it was the south. Oh, 2, 3, 4 with the 6 in hand. Out comes the 6. 1 away now, but the green dragons would not be triplet. There would be a pair, and Nishizawa would have to discard the Dora for this template. So a lot of value lost. Out comes green. Is it called? She goes for it. Now it's a bit of a bluff. She doesn't have the red. Discards the Dora. Oh. She discarded the red already, so she can't even bluff it. I didn't notice.
Yeah, there were 2 out already. It wasn't looking, like you said, wasn't looking good. So she went for something more efficient.
Even with
headless. Remains headless.
Even with the green call, she's still 1 away.
I was about to say like Ichabod Crane, but Ichabod Crane was not headless. It was the horseman who was headless.
Oh, Tenpai! 6-mon pair weight. Tanki weight only.
Oh, and the following reach with Mizuhara.
Yep. Goodbye, 3-so. We're waiting for 2-5 mon on this hand. Oh, this is almost Tenpai, but it's pretty scary.
It's one away, but she'll just give it up.
Mochizuki's out. Oh, that same 3 comes to Rai. No counter. Oh, she's not Tenpai yet. Thought she was. Very close.
She's one away.
Oh, another Dora.
Dora, yeah, for Mochizuki.
It's a little late,
after
though.
She gives up.
Little late for that. Oh, another random honor tile. But Mizuhara finds it. Mizuhara making her play for first place here. Reach a sumo Pinfu Dora.
Menbin Tsumo Dora. If you want to say it quickly.
Mm,
4 Han for a Pinfu hand is 1,300 from non-dealers and 2,600 from the dealer.
right. And it's 100 points up for her. He's 100 up on the table. Well, on Mochizuki.
And that will bring her to her dealership.
We'll see what happens here. Is she going to extend her lead or is she going to lose it? Her lead.
Mochizuki's going to want to end her dealership as soon as possible.
Right.
And Mizuhara's dealership as soon as possible.
Her lead hangs on a single tembo, a single 100-point stick.
Plays for the Pirates, the Unext Pirates for M-League, which was the team that won M-League in both 2019 and 2023. But she was the MVP in 2021.
A lot of accolades there. A lot of M-League accolades. And outside of the M-League, she has also won the Princess Cup for female professionals. She actually started as an online Mahjong player.
It's also one of the players that Takaharu Oi just praises the hell out of. Very, very strong player.
Mizuhara's getting there. Getting to Tenpai. Very close. She's looking to extend her lead. Nishizawa fighting back. But the tiles are just not showing up. Interesting draw for Rai. I wonder if 7-8-9 mixed triples is an option. Nishizawa finds a tile this time, though. Really good 3 to match, or 1 and 2 in Manzu. Another copy of a 7 for Rai here. He's going to give up on 7-8-9 mixed triples. Maybe we'll keep 6-7-8 mixed triples in mind. 7-8-9 for Mizuhara, though.
Yeah, the best tile is coming in, filling in those side weights. The Penchan weights.
It looks like a number of our players getting pretty lucky here. Another 3-so does not keep the 3-so pair. Prefers the isolated Dora here.
Just leaves Tips baffled.
1 away for Rai, though. Rai is moving fast. Catches up to Nishizawa there, who's been 1 away. And I believe Mizuhara is also 1 away. 1-2-3, another 1-2-3 connection.
From Mochizuki. Mochizuki's still looking for a pair somewhere.
2, 3, 4, 5. Doesn't seem as useful, but maybe there's some slight use. Yeah, the 5's going to be discarded by Nishizawa.
You discard the 5 first, and then if you draw the 5 later, you can discard the safer 2. You can slide it out.
Interesting tactics from Jenn here. You can apply that to your
own game. If she discards the green
game.
dragon, it would be the perfect Ishanten, but she doesn't. She locks in the open-ended weight first.
This is not Tenpai, that's the pair. But she's going to switch it out to a headless shape. No pair for Mochizuki. but still one away from Tenpai. That will do it. First
yeah, she
to
got the
Tenpai.
right one, so even though she didn't take the perfect Ishanten efficient
Right.
shape, she might have maybe camouflaged her weight a tad bit. See if anybody's fooled. That will be Tenpai for Rai, but not the weight she was looking for.
Yeah, not good
She'll
enough.
take it temporarily. There's also a
Whoa!
mixed sequences, a Sanshoku shift she can make.
A tile was knocked over. Seems fine though. Game continues.
Yeah, usually you don't stop games just because a tile is exposed. It's only in most leagues and organizations.
Ormon, kind of scary. The Riichi is on the board, even though the overlay hasn't updated. Nishizawa has committed Riichi. Five, six, seven mixed triples, a chance. Mochizuki doesn't want it. A little too dangerous. But that allows Rai to discard her 7, so. Mizuhara discarding the 3, so it passes. In this case.
Do you want to say hello, Mia?
Oh, special guest appearance.
Say hello, everybody. No, you're shy?
Fighting Riichi, but it does not work out here. Nishizawa wins off of that Riichi. Mia must be Nishizawa's good luck charm.
Mia, can you say reach? No, we have a shy child here.
Off to South 1 we go. Mia prefers Dama 10. She prefers the sneaky silent Tenpais.
Alright, and we're in the south round with Mochizuki as dealer again.
Yep, she is in the lead again after Mizuhara lost some points, I believe, to the deal-in.
Yeah, it was a small deal-in, but not, I guess, a medium-sized deal-in, just enough
Right.
to get her down. Still within easy range of first place.
Yeah, I mean, Fairy had a really good run in game 2. I was getting them closer to having a chance. But now Fairy's falling back again, currently in last place. All the work they did. All the work she did herself. Rai did it herself, honestly, with the first place. But it's being undone in this game 3.
That's a nice nakabukure shape there. The bulging, I call it the bulging shape. Bulges from the middle.
It's pretty good, and so the red dragons are going to be discarded. Both Nishizawa and Mizuhara discarding red here. So far, not too much action in these hands. They are slowly moving forward. Of course, Mochizuki has a pair of Dora, the one-mon. But we don't see too much movement yet. And another red dragon is drawn. Might make some people start seeing red if they keep drawing it back again.
Yes, everything is so far away. People don't have the shapes that they need, and they're not filling in the shapes like they were the last 10. The last 10, it just seemed like every single side weight was filled in immediately.
Right. Sometimes in these really slow hands, you think about 7 pairs, but Mochizuki had already started destroying her pairs, and so when she drew another one, there was no room to make 7 pairs. It was actually her 4th pair if she had kept them. But she's not gonna go for it.
Sorry. Nothing fits. Just the worst draws ever. Even when they
Well,
fit, they just stick to the edge
I
a
mean,
little bit.
Nishizawa is technically one away from Tenpai, and that might be good enough for this hand. The question is, does she know that the other players are this slow?
Mizuhara filled in and open-ended, but of course that still left a bunch of middle weights, the kanchan weights,
Right.
in the rest of her hand.
There's some big help. At last, some big help. Mizuhara catches a really nice draw, and she's getting close to Tenpai now. I mean, Mochizuki might be able to make 5, 6, 7 Sanchoku, the mixed triples, but it's a little bit slow here. The last red dragon discarded.
A lot slow here.
Yeah. I wonder, considering she has a pair of Dora, I wonder if she'd be willing to open call the 5, 6, 7. Or maybe even pawn Dora and use the other pair. Alright. Solid Tenpai for Mizuhara. The weight is the triplet weight, though. So no Pinfu. Oh, she's not even going to take it. Going to go for all simples. Inside hand.
There were a few options there. She could have taken it. It's not a terrible weight, waiting for an edge and a middle tile. The edge is usually considered a decent weight when you have the triple weight. She could have discarded the 4 instead and hoped for something open-ended, something sticky.
Right.
Stick to the 4 or the 6. But instead, she decides to go for the Tanyo and give herself a chance of possibly calling tiles if it gets too late and she needs to get a Tenpai.
Right. It's definitely notable that she can call her way to Tenpai.
There's the 9 right after she discards the 2.
Well, she got greedy. And you still have to wait to see if it pays off. So a call here from Rai. Doesn't look like she has any Yaku.
Yeah, no Yaku. It's just the K10. We call it just the Tenpai shape. The ready shape so that she can get the points if it's an exhaustive draw.
That's a nice draw for Nishizawa. Not exactly the nicest draw here for Mizuhara, though. We'll see what she does. Everything in the hand.
She's those 2 tiles, hoping for a 3-sided weight.
Right.
But
now she's just left with a hand with a lot of dangerous tiles and not many chances at winning.
Dangerous, but nobody is in a Tenpai that can win off of a discard, so...
Yeah.
It depends. Right here, it depends on how well she can read the board and how well she can tell if her... We call it Tenpai Keihai. How well she can read the Tenpai air. But...
Rai might win on the last tile at this rate. Oh no, Mizuhara gets the call she's looking for.
This is why she decided to go for the Tanyo. So she still has a chance of winning if the 6 comes out, but not the 9.
Right. Or Mizuhara might win on the last tile, in which case she could win on the 9. Interesting hand here for Nishizawa. Ooh, a little bit of a break. She kind of has 5 pairs, but she kept a triplet regardless.
Flipped around the 8 a couple times. She could have changed it to the triple weight, which would be a guaranteed inside hand.
Right.
But does not. There are no 6s she can win on. So it's if the last one.
Oh, a different colored 8. That's the 8 pin. A little bit scary here. Comes out anyway. And she gets to maintain her Tenpai.
2 players Tenpai. 3,000 points difference between the players who are not Tenpai and those who are. The dealer will move to Rai. And that's where Rai will just step away for a second. But we cut that part out and they're back at it again.
Beautiful editing in there.
I guess I could have put a transition in, but...
And just a little bit of a fade. So just one
Yeah.
one of these.
Next time I'll put in a fade. A dissolve. I'll put in a dissolve next time so it looks like she just ghosts her way back to the table.
Put in a PowerPoint mirror flip. Reminds me of working on the school computers.
Right, dealer again. She's not doing as well this time as she did in the last game. Kind of bringing herself back to a like almost even for the day.
Right.
She has a dog named Coco.
Coco.
Cocoa.
Wonder if that's just Coco, but in Japanese.
Yeah, it's something, there's like the cacao plant and the cocoa plant, and so it's a little bit more technical than our cocoa.
Oh, one away for Rai. This is her chance to make that comeback. And is looking good in the dealer position. Mizuhara holding on to this Dora 1-mon, but it's not doing her any good right now. Rai still hasn't found Tenpai though. Pon for Mizuhara. Rai still hasn't found Tenpai. Oh, gets the inside shape though. All simples. Tanyao here. Good draw for Nishizawa. Mizuhara not so much, but she gets rid of Dora now. No good
But easier
there.
decisions in hands, so they're playing a little bit faster than the last hand.
Still not Tenpai. Nobody's made it. Nobody's passed the last barrier yet.
Mochizuki has a shot at possibly mixed sequences here, 2, 3, 4.
Yes.
What I'd be looking for, because her team is so close with just one more session left. If she can get a big win here, it might make for a really interesting final session.
Right.
See if they can overtake Trinity or not.
I wonder, sometimes it feels like there can be just as much pressure on the team in the lead as the team trying to make the comeback. Sometimes even more.
Yeah, it's really tough to your goal is to not lose.
Right.
It's really, really hard to not lose. It's much easier to win than it is to not lose. And it's not easy to win. That's how hard it is to not lose.
Okay, we have the Karagiri. Discard out of the hand, even though it's the same tile as the one they drew.
As Dave called the swappy doppy.
The swappy doppy. Trying to mix up our opponents here. This is Tenpai? What happened?
It looked like there's a cutout for a second. Oh no. There's just somebody saw, I think they saw Rai moving tiles in her hand and maybe thought that it was already discarded, because it looked like she was going to call for the 5 dot.
Right, that's what I thought I saw too. But
So I think maybe the technician misread
a
something.
call has been made. 789. I wonder if that's 789 Shnjuku. The mixed triples. Oh, but the sumo happens. She didn't Riichi.
She had the 3-sided weight, the 147, but
Yeah, didn't Riichi. Guess.
I think maybe she wanted to leave the option open for an upgrade for the Shnjuku.
And maybe
She was already in first place, so it wasn't like she needed to win the hand no matter what. So maybe she left the option open for a monster, but she'll take any win she can get.
Maybe in the back of her mind, she didn't want to Riichi herself down into second place as well, because the difference was less than 1,000 points.
True, that does happen.
Hey, not a bad
It's really
hand here
tough.
for Nishizawa. That's 5 pairs? No, only 4 so far.
When you go into the last hand with only less than 1,000 point difference, it's really, really the nuances and where you should push and where you should reach are really, really difficult.
Right. I mean, that was only South 2 before. We're now on South 3.
Right, so I think she's setting herself up to go into the all last hand in a good position. So she had a better chance of winning the hand if she didn't reach, because
Right.
it's such a wide weight.
Right.
Somebody might just drop it, so she can get a few extra points in a buffer for herself going into the last 2 hands.
Yeah, Mizuhara is playing extremely fast here and extremely open. She's going for a light speed half flush. At least that's what it looks like from the outside, but actually that we can see the inside. Her hand is actually pretty slow. Even the 7 pairs from Nishizawa might be faster.
Two Dora right here.
Yeah,
So
right.
slow though. Looks like it might end up being all pairs.
Exactly. A nice pickup there from Mizuhara. Sometimes these very open, very fast half flushes, well, when you make them look fast, they can throw your opponents off and slow them down, and maybe that's sort of a bluff attempt here from Mizuhara.
Maybe a semi bluff. I like the word semi bluff.
Right.
In poker, you're not. You're
Yeah.
only bluffing if they have a better hand than you.
You're only bluffing until you draw the right card on the turn in the river back to back. So still sitting on 5 pairs here is Nishizawa. No improvement with that 4, but she's thinking maybe to take a different route because that's another open-ended weight with 3-4 in her
Yeah,
hand.
possibly Tanya. Wish she could fill in the 5 and use 3 as a pair.
No, she's gonna stick to her guns. 7 pairs. Mizuhara, no need for tiles that aren't bamboo or honor. Out it goes once again. She's playing pretty straightforward here. Adora! That's gonna change what Nishizawa is thinking. Dora
You
is
want
locked
when
in.
you're going for the all pairs, but you gotta pair it up though, and we see 3 in other people's hands.
Right. However, Mochizuki's still holding on to hers. If she discards it too late, it could be all over. Especially if Nishizawa does a Damaten, a silent tempai. Because she's still just 1 tile away from tempai for that 7 pairs. Could happen at any moment. She could be tempai waiting for Dora. Yeah, and Rai is also on 7 pairs, as you mentioned.
Yeah, she did have some open-ended, so it could have gone another direction, but I mean it's a express ticket to Hanemon, as they say.
Exactly.
If you reach with all pairs and two Dora.
Dora. All you have to do is sumo your tile.
Yeah, so easy. Just Mahjong 101, reach and sumo. Mangan. Easy course.
Oh, I wonder if this is going to be a flush for Mochizuki now. We have
Possibly. It's super late though.
Yeah, we have 2 players going for 7 pairs. And then we might have 2 players going for a flush. But Mizuhara has really not gotten any tiles to help her out. She's still 3 or 4 away from tempai. An interesting draw here. Rai. There's just the off chance that this could be a twice pure double sequence, the Ryanpeko.
Yeah, she already got rid of the... I mean, maybe I guess with the 3, but she already got rid of the 5. I think it's gonna be so hard to make anything with sequences now. I mean, I might have kept that 5 bamboo and discarded the 8 dot instead, just because it's a little bit, it gives you a little bit more
Oh,
options.
Tenpai Reach. She doesn't go for the
Wait.
Dama 10. It's going
Dora.
fully aggressive, waiting for Dora here. Maybe trying to get other people off the hand so she can draw the Dora because she doesn't think it's going to come out.
If Shitsumo's, like we said, it's Hanemon, so that would put her definitely in contention for or that would put her way far in first place. She's a dealer, so it'd be a massive win, 6,000 all if she could draw.
Yeah. Oh, not bad draw for Mizuhara, but I think it's too little too late at this point. And a good draw for Mochizuki as well, but she's also folding. No Dora here. There's just no Dora left in the wall. What a draw! Can Mizuhara actually turn this around? She's just still so far away from Tenpai.
Yeah, I think she has like, what, 2 draws left?
Yeah, 2 draws, 2 away. So they both have to be perfect, and even then she'll only be Tenpai.
And she probably has an idea that there are some Chitoitsu all pairs
Yeah, no dice,
on
not
the
going
table.
for it.
That's why she's holding on to all those honors that haven't come out. She's expecting some kind of Chitoitsu, or maybe a Pon even.
A good read.
Is Toitsuba. It's definitely a pair board. Everybody has lots of pairs in their hand, even the ones who aren't going for all pairs.
Right.
Even
Oh.
Mizuhara, she had 3 pairs in her hand and she discarded the 3s, but...
And the hand is over. 1 player Tenpai, the one who reached.
Yep, so we'll have another turn at South 3. You have a second Lasumai. Lasumai means before last, before the last hand. So we'll have a before the last hand one more time. That was a before the last hand.
Before, Rasumai. Jenn's teaching us Japanese on the stream.
Well, Lasumai just means before the last hand. So I'm calling it Lasumai Mai because we have another.
Yes, that explains why I didn't understand what you meant.
It was Lasumai until the dealer continued as dealer, and then it was upgraded to Lasumai Mai because this is now Lasumai.
Right. A pair of East for Mizuhara here. It's not the wind of the round. He does have a Dora in hand, and so does Mochizuki. Both looking to use it here. We'll see just what happens. Not a bad draw here for Mizuhara. But the door is still sticking out. She has been willing to discard it if it doesn't fit earlier. Will she do it here? Or is she trying to use it to collect enough points? Because her hand currently doesn't really have any points in it. Yeah, she's willing to discard the 4-so instead to try and use Dora.
She has enough groups already decided, enough blocks already. So the 4 and the 9 were both kind of extra.
Yes.
So she can just keep the extra Dora, and I mean, she will be dealer next, so any points are going to be helpful in helping her catch up to Mochizuki. But and also keeping Nishizawa from winning is probably important to her as well. Mochizuki locking in an open-ended.
Oh, there goes the Dora.
Mizuhara reached already.
Tenpai has been achieved. And it's pretty far ahead of any of our other 3 players here. Nishizawa has a shot and she is dealer, but she's still 2 away, so not that close.
Another suggestion for a translation of Rasumai is the penultimate.
The
Instead of
pen,
just the penultimate.
the pen pineapple apple pen ultimate. Here we go.
It's tough because there's a reach in there. The hand is not great. It's just, I mean, there are a couple open-endeds, but
Yeah,
not
there's just
enough blocks decided, or you have to use the middleweight.
so many dangerous tiles
Yeah.
on such an early discard. Not much about Pinzu is known, so all those Pinzu tiles are dangerous. Except for one, the 2-pin.
I mean, holding on to safe tiles is hard because even if you have one safe tile, then what? Once
Right.
it's gone, then what?
Yeah,
And
indeed, it's a deal in.
it was a 4/7 weight.
Oh, it's an Uradora!
Reach Pinfu Ura. So that'd be 3,900 for Mizuhara, and our penultimate hand is done, probably. Unless Mizuhara
Probably.
can be dealer again, and then we'll have a pen ultimate.
Pen. She is currently not in first, but this is her dealer turn. It's her chance to become in first.
I never actually heard the term penultimate until I started reporting for poker, and
Oh,
it's used so much in poker because you always have a penultimate day of the main event
I
or
think
penultimate day
in
of the
general,
series.
it's a commentator word. It's a word you'll hear when people are talking on the radio or on TV. Because it really comes up a lot in competition.
Right.
Penultimate. Usually people are not counting the penultimate of something. Plus, ultimate itself is kind of a word. It's used in competition. This is the ultimate day, the ultimate battle. So I think that's
Yeah,
why
but
penultimate
ultimate
would show
doesn't
up.
always. It's not usually used just to mean final.
That's
It's
fair.
usually used to mean that it's more exciting of a final than normal
Mm.
finals. Or the most exciting, I guess it would have to be, but once I learned it, it's one of my favorite words.
Little Jenn trivia today.
Yeah, if you have a quiz, what's one of Jen's favorite words when we do our quiz show someday?
Seahawks.
Seahawks, not my favorite word. It's the best team.
But it's not your favorite word then?
My favorite one of my favorite words is penultimate. And I do like Tweedle Beetles.
Oh, that's a callback to earlier in the stream. If you weren't listening, make sure to check the VOD for Tweedle Beetle battles in a puddle.
Yeah, there's more.
If it doesn't make
'Cause they
sense,
might-
you can go back and
Well, they
it'll
might
make sense.
fight in a puddle with paddles, and then it's a Tweedle Beetle puddle paddle battle. They could be with their little, like, fists. They kind of
Right.
have fists. Or they could be using paddles, and they each have a paddle, so it's fair.
The entire lore of the beetle puddle battle.
Sometimes the puddle is in a bottle.
Uh-oh. But in this case, there's no puddle battles, and there might be some bottles, but they're just for drinking water.
Yes.
In
Only
South
water allowed
Korea.
in the studio. Misa had too many blocks. She's gonna have to pare this down a bit.
But this might be Sanshoku. It might be mixed triples on 6, 7, 8. You sound really torn that you weren't allowed to bring in extra drink in.
I do like to have a Red Bull on the table when I'm playing.
Here, I thought it was
Or at
going to
least a
be caramel.
caramel latte.
Yeah.
Yes. It's very sad when they switch the caramel lattes at at Family Mart to honey lattes without telling anybody, and keeping the color the same and just changing what it was.
Oh, it was a camouflage. It was an inside job.
They tricked me into buying a honey latte. I would never buy a honey latte, like, knowingly.
Dun dun dun.
7-Eleven still has caramel lattes.
Oh, is this gonna be a call made from Mizuhara? If she wins a small hand, she's gonna have to fight. I mean, if she wins any hand, she's gonna have to fight again. But at least a big hand would give her some insurance. Still, it's better to win a hand than not win a hand at all. She's gonna go for it. Gee, is she gonna go with 7-8 or just 3-5 for guaranteed
Or the pair.
inside? Oh yeah, you could discard a pair. Good call.
It's a 4.
But then you can't pawn.
No, I can't pawn. It is true that when you want to call for tiles more, it's good to keep the pawn options. She might have just thought that the 4 is going to be really hard to pawn anyway.
Right, that's her decision. It works out! So now she gets
Wow,
both Tanyel and mixed triple sequence. If she can get it.
Yeah, if she had gone for the gut shot. If she discarded the gut shot there, she would have not tempied. She went with the 3-5.
A big read from the wall, but Rai is holding 2 of the 6 mon. Mochizuki here holding 1 of the 6 mon. So there only remains 1. Single 6 mon for the win. Oh, Tenpai! 2-pin weight! That was a Dora collection. Dora paired up for Nishizawa. So Nishizawa, I think she has a shot at getting second place if either Mizuhara or Mochizuki deals in directly. It would have to be a direct hit, but...
Would it? If she draws Hanemon, Mizuhara is going to have to pay out 6,000 as a dealer. So drawing Hanemon would also get her up to second place. So, like we said before,
right.
the all pairs hand is an express ticket to Hanemon.
That's
if you have a pair of Dora. So if she can just draw this 2-dot, then she'll get up to second place. If she can get it... Actually, if she gets it directly off of Mochizuki, it's only second place. So the only time she's stuck in third place is if she wins off of Rai. All other scenarios gets her up to second place. And I think she'd need a Baimon to draw like 2 Uradora to get up to first place. Sorry.
Right.
Mizuhara takes Tenpai. Again, re-Tenpai.
Oh, not that tile. That's not Nishizawa's winning tile.
Yeah, I mean, Mizuhara has 2 of them.
Yes.
And she had chosen to keep that pair over the 4-character pair earlier. Not Tenpai for Rai. Oh no, now it's too many blocks draw.
Tough spot.
And
especially
everything's dangerous.
4 is so close to Dora. The 6 would deal into Mizuhara. But
yeah, Mizuhara and Nishizawa are both waiting for the 2-dot.
2-dot!
It's drawn! Nishizawa draws it.
No Uradora, but that is still Hanemon. Big comeback for Nishizawa in South 4. That'll put her up to second place. Mochizuki is going to take it down. I think Mochizuki's also kind of happy that Nishizawa won this one.
I mean, that also puts Mizuhara down in third place. So
Yes.
that gets Endorphin even closer to Trinity than it would have been a few minutes ago.
That's right. So Mochizuki had the big winner. even though
Trying not to
Nishizawa
smile
got the
too
huge
much.
comeback, yeah. Ooh, what a final hand. Mizuhara a little upset, but what can you do when they draw? And of course, Rai very upset after her big first.
Positive still because she had such a massive first. But perhaps we can look at the total, all of the scores for the games.
All right.
For Group
Today's results. So a very even day overall, as you mentioned. Endorphin, the only winner on the day. And of course, they're in second place trying to catch up to Team Trinity. Because Trinity is really held on because of Uotani's win in game 1. They're only minus 4.8. Endorphin gets a little bit of a climb. Fairy had that huge 84.8 in game 2.
Yeah, but that was with 2 last. That's interesting because usually 1 last place is much bigger than 1 first place. In this case, the first place was worth 2 last places.
Yeah, because
They're
of
just
the
about even for the whole day.
not just because of the Oka, but it's also because Rai scored 70,000 points in that game.
Massive first place game.
So it's a little combination of that. So
And we also had another. I guess we can look at the standings now after. I think the standings have not changed.
yeah,
Still the same, but Endorphin is just a bit closer to Trinity. And the last session, I mean, they could easily, if Team Trinity has 3 negative games, then Endorphin has 3 positive games. They could easily switch places here.
yep. So it's gonna be a very close battle. Shinjuku Ferry being about 370 points behind. It's gonna be pretty tough for them to make it up. So it looks like it's gonna be a 2-team race going into their last session.
Yeah, definitely. And I think after that negative, Mizuhara probably won't have a great chance at making the finals, but we'll see how the team decides to play their players in the last session.
For the
To see who
individual.
can make. Right, so Uotani is in a good position in the individual race, but Mizuhara will need a few positives, so they might just have Mizuhara play all of them depending on her schedule, and if she can get 3 positives, then she might have a shot at getting the top 30. She was 38th going into today, and she got a small negative, so 3 games would definitely give her a shot at advancing still.
Right. Yeah, she was so close to actually coming out in first in that last game, but just couldn't do it. Just couldn't make it happen. So
Yeah, so also Jenn played today.
Jenn did play today. Are we revealing the results or are we revealing them tomorrow?
No, I think today. Tomorrow the games are a bit longer, so we can go ahead and do them quickly today.
Okay.
We can look at the game, the table results.
Wait, I don't have them.
I put them up there. Maybe you downloaded too early.
Dun dun dun.
It would be the Group 16 game results.
Alright, here we go.
Anyway, so I played 3 games. Saki Goto was on the table, and she's a super strong player. She's been moving up in league 200 points at a time, which moves her up 2 leagues at a time.
That is
So
a
she's
lot.
always the one I want to watch out for if I'm on the table with her. I did play with her in the last league session when she moved up from E2 to D1. There it is. So Jenn had a terrible first 2 games. It was so bad. I was so sad, and I was trying not to cry. I had last place in the first game, 3rd place in the second game, and I just could not make anything work. I was getting tempai. I was not dealing in at all. But I could not win any hands, and everybody else was drawing their ippatsus left and right. Like I said, Saki Goto was on the table, and she definitely took first place the first game. She's super strong, super efficient player, and reads the pushes and pulls, like when you should push and when you should fold really well.
But you
So it's a
and
really challenging game.
you and Yusa managed to turn the tables on the other 2 in the last game there.
Yeah, well, in the last game, so Koike switched out with Kimura. And so Kokura and I finally had a decent game. I somehow, so in the last hand of the last game, Kokura was actually dealer. and she was ahead of me by 300 points.
Right.
So 0.3, and I tempied, and it was just like reach maybe Dora, and I was 300. So if I reached, I would be more like further behind her. But I didn't have a Yaku. I couldn't win the hand, so I knew that if I reached and she was not tempai and the game ended, then I would take first place. And if I won the hand, I would take first place. So the only way I wouldn't take first place is if I dealt into somebody. Or if we were both tempai, then we'd just have another shot, another hand. So I pushed the reach. Goto ended up dealing into me because she had to push.
Congratulations. It all worked out in that last game.
Yeah, it all worked out.
And so you
So I ended up
salvaged a lot of
taking first
points.
place and salvaging, and that actually salvaged our team's first place position in the group right here. As you can see, it's really close, but we did manage to maintain the first place standings for group 16. We have 3 more sessions to play.
Wow, you have to play all the remaining sessions? Or your team?
Right. Well, our team does. So I finished 9 games. So my last game will be on the broadcast table in March.
Ooh.
So next week, Rika will play 3 games for us, and then in February, I think probably Mio will play 3 games.
Yeah, I
Because
think
they both have only played 5 games and 6 games. I think Mio's played 6, and Rika's still only played 5 games. So yeah, Group 16 still has a lot of play left on the table.
and I think this is the closest group that I've seen of all of them. Very close group.
Yeah,
This is
very.
6 points.
So Cafe Beyond is the team that actually won last year, the year before.
Ooh.
And so they were very far in last place, and Goto got those positives today to bring them up into 3rd place. So yeah, it's still anybody's season here in
Right.
Group 16.
Cheer on
It's
Team
craziness.
WRC, like this stream and subscribe to the channel as we see if Team WRC can win the Yukan Fuji Cup. That'll be very
And also,
exciting.
yeah, sign up for the book. The book
giveaway.
Yes. Anybody can sign up. It's free, completely free.
You just have to be
we don't
subscribed to the
really-
channel.
Yeah, we have your information, and we get like your email address so that we can ask where to send it, but we're not like using your information for anything except some of the survey questions, like what you would like to see on the channel and stuff. So there's no like gimmicks or strings attached. You really just can sign up for free and win a book.
All right. Well, that being said, don't forget to check out the World Riichi Online Team League. This season is 3 players. So we've been participating in it as the commentators, and Jenn has her own team as well that's been participating. There's a lot of pros.
Did you play yet?
Yes.
Yes. Good.
I have a positive score. Woo!
All right,
For
and
now.
Tips has to run off because he's actually broadcasting Catfo Bowl today.
Yay.
So if anybody is bored, you can check that out.
Thanks, everyone. And I hope those of you who participated in the World Riichi League, right? I hope you did well. We were watching some of our fellow commentators and other friends in some of the events.
That was the Aura Invitational.
Oh,
and Nathaniel
sorry.
did win this, so we'll talk about that tomorrow on the stream.
That'll be very
Yes.
interesting.
Yes, 16 people from the US qualified for the World Reach Championship for July, so super exciting.
And of course, tomorrow are the remaining games for this week. We will be Nathaniel will be here tomorrow to stream those games, so you'll be able to talk to him directly. Right?
Yep, Group 5, and Korak will be back tomorrow, as well as Gemma and Cairo.
Hopefully she's not too sick.
Dave. Yeah.
That being said, from all of us here at World Riichi Championship commentary team, have a good night, everyone. Bye-bye.
Thanks.